Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello everybody, welcome to Laurence Plays. After a week of hiatus while I've been on holiday, we're now back for some more Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio². This is the usual multiplayer run with Tristan, Marc and Mike. Oh no, thank you for the subscription, Marc, much appreciated.
Hello.
So, what is going on at the moment? Hello, everybody. Hello, Johan, not Sasaro, and Nogard, and is that everyone? Now, that's everyone who said anything so far. Welcome, all of you. So, after accidentally blowing everything up last time, let's start thinking about what's going to happen this time. So, pretty much top of the list. Hello, Dennis. Pretty much top of the list at the moment is to think about getting off this planet and going off and doing some more science. We've still got this crazy amount of stone that we're trying to get rid of, but I believe it is currently under control. All of the beating my head against a brick wall that I was doing in the last stream has got this flowing nicely. We've got crazy amounts of glass being made up here and shoved down into the delivery cannon to be sent off to Norvis. 2 delivery cannons, in fact, to be sent off to Norvis when it gets too much. And there is some that can be sent over to Tristan on Njord whenever he wants it as well. So we've got a steady supply of stone being got rid of. And then we've got an excess of it over here that we'll ship out as and when we're ready to get rid of it. So, yes, over here, after all that effort and swearing and just trying to get everything running at a decent speed, things are going pretty well, I'd say. We've got a decent amount of the vulcanite coming through, although we do have occasional gaps in the supply while we wait for trains to turn up. So it's not quite perfect, but it's pretty good. Same over here with occasional gaps, but this is, excuse me, slightly worse because we're waiting for the core mining drills to dig up a few more core fragments for us to use. Pay no attention to the ridiculous railway systems down here. So yeah, there is lots and lots of vulcanite being shipped out. It's got to the point where we have enough for the time being, so I'm going to stop faffing around with it. So let's see. The next thing to do is going to be to leave this planet, unless anyone has any other bright ideas of things I should do first. There's a few things actually.
You can always drop another nuke in your base. I mean, I know how much you like messing around with vulcanite.
That's always entertaining. That, to be honest, I mean that was most of that just got fixed up by the bots because that's what bots do. The only problem was that I ran out of some of the loaders and some of the red belts, so I had to improvise a little bit there. But no, let's not do that again. That's a silly idea. I do want to ditch some of this stuff because there's no point in having it there's no point in taking it back with me mostly because the rocket won't be able to take off if I'm carrying too much nonsense. That's probably about everything I want to take with me.
Are we making artillery on the bus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Loaded into the artillery train.
Mike,
So
I'm assuming you don't want to lift back to Norbit.
No, thank you. I think I need to stay on Kothar a bit longer.
Okay.
After your rather scathing review of my base, where you sat there saying, "Oh, the rates are too low, the rates aren't good enough," and then I felt suitably shamed into making more, even though you then observed that actually I had the highest rate out of all the exotic materials.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that artillery turrets and nuclear artillery shells are both being made on the bus?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Dear.
Appreciate it.
Oh dear. Right, so I do have 1 or 2 things left on my to-do list. I was considering syncing up the nuclear reactors on this planet, but I think I might just do that later and remotely and so on, because I kind of would like to get off and do something a bit different for a while. It would be nice to put in more vulcanite mines, but No, I don't think there's any real need for any need for that at the moment. I was thinking about sending sand off to Marc's planet of Bridget as well as sending it to Njord. Is that something you would like me to do, Marc? Because I know you're going to be in...
No priority.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I shall not bother for the time being and just leave it all trying to be shipped, mostly being shipped to Norvis as glass, to be honest. Then the fourth thing on my to-do list for this planet is leave. So let's do that. So we're going up to Agnair orbit, where there is conveniently a spaceship waiting for me. Do I set? Yes, I can set a coordinates to land at. So let's touch down here because that's a convenient place next to my ship. And now let's get out of here because I think I've done quite enough on this planet. Shoomp. Yep, leaving indeed. Seems like about time. I've been here for about a month, so.
Yeah, but don't worry, chat. He'll go and do more Vulcanite in a moment because what we know as content creators is that what you really want is just to see Vulcanite again and again and again. And
What
again.
I want to know
exactly the
is
same
why
way every time.
What I want to know is why my pod has turned up here rather than here, given where I told it to turn up. But never mind. It's not too far away.
We've seen what your flying's
I
like.
was going to say, I blame
Rude.
the driver. But is it inaccurate?
Yes, maybe. Pay no attention to next week's GTA video. Right, let's get back to Norvis orbit. Hello, Chloe. Welcome to the stream. I was going to say minute and a half. No, it's a minute 50, Laurence. That's not how numbers work. Okay, so Norbit, we need some time to get up to speed and run out of power and all that sort of juicy stuff. So, right, what are we going to do? What are we going to do today? Well, we've been talking about basically getting everything up and running properly in Norbit and having all of this, getting more science production happening over there now that we've got all of these exotic materials being made in various quantities. So the plan is to head over there and to look. Let's have a look on the navsat. So what have we got at the moment? We've got this bus that was making. There was just sort of to get us bootstrapped, get it started up, making the production and utility sciences up here. So those are going fine. Then over here we've got the optimization science being made, and then we've got this sort of rather horrible cramped thing that I just chucked down because we wanted to get the energy science up and running as quickly as possible without too much faffery and without worrying too much because this is very, very temporary. So the plan is to get this up and running just to get us that energy science, as you may well remember. And then since then, Tristan has been up here building up the start of a railway system. And so the idea is, as you can see, we've got the three of the science packs along here. We've got energy's going to be going in here, astro over here, material up here, and then we'll stick bio in somewhere else, maybe over here somewhere, maybe over who knows. We've got the standard sort of railway system where there's a nice, lovely spine going up the middle here to carry the trains around that are going to be doing all of the shenaniganery. And Tristan is putting down a belt all the way up the middle, and we'll talk about what that's for in a little while, because we do have plans for that. And I think, yeah, so we're now going to also... Oh, yes, and also Marc has decided that we should use double-headed trains here, so we're going to be doing that. That's going to be a space fluid wagon eventually, so I guess this is going to be for... dropping off thermofluid. That's good. There's a station over here called Hell Help Me 2000, so I guess that's where we're going to be putting the recycling facilities, or possibly the fishing systems. This one just doesn't have a name at all. Has it been given? No, this one's just called Dash. Right, okay. Will I use the Laurence rails in Norbit?
Technically, you can't.
Yes, technically I'm not allowed to, because we're saying we're not. No, technically I literally can't because they're not made. Those blueprints aren't made out of space rails. I mean, in theory we could adapt that so that we could, but I think that sanity may prevail. Might do something slightly different.
I would seriously be surprised if sanity prevailed with us online.
Yes, that is a fair point. Where's my spaceship? My spaceship is spaceshipping. Still 4.5 minutes away after this nearly 2-minute journey. So yeah, because in order to save space on the ship, I pulled up some of the solar panels, so the ship isn't actually capable of running quite as quickly as we would like it to. I think last time we were using it, we hooked this accumulator up to the ship. to output a speed signal. So the ship is cunningly configured to go at a speed based on the amount of power that is in the accumulator. So in theory, we should always have a little bit of power left for the lasers, which is nice because that keeps us safe. But yeah, it does mean the engines keep turning on and off, and we're cruising along at 24% of the speed, or yeah, about 25% of the maximum speed the ship is capable of. So that's a little bit disappointing, but we'll get there. We will get there eventually. Oh yeah, you're right. It looks like we will hit 100 hours of game time today. That's slightly mildly unfortunate because I've been saying we've been playing for about 400 hours between us. When people have been asking, we're not quite at that yet. Although, given how much design work Marc tends to do between streams, I think we can probably safely say that we've been playing for well over 400 hours between us by now. We would use different train types on ground and in orbit, basically because we're masochists. And we've also decided to set ourselves a rule that generally space trains shouldn't be used on Norvis, and Norvian trains shouldn't be used in space, just because, again, we're masochists. And it looks.
I think
silly.
our rule was the space locomotives and Space One basically can only be used on space rail.
Oh yes.
So we can put
yeah.
space rail down on Norvis in order for them to drive on, and then Norvis trains can't go on space rail.
Yeah, so we're setting ourselves random extra little sort of challenges and difficulties and things because we think it'll be entertaining, or at least something like that.
Because we're stupid.
Yeah, that's the main reason, if I'm being honest. Okay, so are you expecting these belts to basically head straight down from more or less, well, a little bit past where they've got to, Tristan?
Yes, I was going to stop them there and let you do whatever you want to do with them.
Okay, cool. I don't know if we actually need a station there.
No, I realised that after I built it.
We need like 4 of them at the bottom, but I don't think we need one there. Okay.
You can rip that up. I won't be offended.
Yes, we've decided we're going to bring all our scrap in by belt for reasons of novelty and, well, because we can, basically. So we thought it'd be interesting to do that, because to an extent, that often when we have a question about how to do something, one of the things we consider is, how did I do it last time? And if I did it, if there's multiple different ways to do it, and even if one of them is a little bit painful, then we're going to try and do things at least a little bit differently to the way they were done before, because that keeps things interesting.
It's interesting in the same way that sharing your bath with an electric fan heater is interesting.
Well, I mean, that I suppose it is, for a little while at least.
Oh yeah. As I say, yeah, it's interesting. I do.
Yes, it's like exciting doesn't automatically mean good.
Yeah, impromptu Harlem Shake. Yeah.
I don't think that's a Twitch Bits thing yet.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay.
And that, Your Honour, is how Lawrence's channel got demonetized.
Johan thinks we're going to need more than 2 belts by the end of it, and you might be right. You might not, because I was trying to remember. I'm pretty sure in my last run that my recycling facility only had 1 belt bringing the scrap out of the station into the recycling facility. So therefore, if we carry on doing things at the rate I was doing them in the last run, 1 belt will be enough. However, there's a fair bit of room in here to put in more belts if we realise that we've noobed it by that at some point. So there's options. Yeah, I mean we could just use space trains everywhere with the elevator. That would be would be valid according to our rules, but it wouldn't really be valid according to the spirit of our rules. We're sort of trying to separate the 2 train systems out a little bit, and if we could have a system where you have some sort of magical swap between normal trains going in and space trains coming out wouldn't really quite work either. But cosmetically, we feel that having the space trains in space and the ground trains on the ground looks nicer and more cosmetic.
We do have loaders affecting trains now, so moving
true.
stuff from one train to another is suddenly a lot easier.
Yes, that's very
faster.
True. Hello, Metbar. Welcome, and thank you for the welcome as well. Yeah, it was a nice holiday. It was over far too soon, as holidays always are, but you know, yeah, had a good time. Didn't I had a couple of plans of things I was going to make videos of, but unfortunately, due to bad weather, they fell through. we I was supposed to be going out and doing a kayaking and snorkeling thing, but unfortunately the weather was not conducive to that, and we ended up having to cancel that one, or rather, it ended up getting cancelled on us, which was rather unfortunate. How are we doing for production of this stuff? Okay, so the limiting factor here is the construction robots, not the quantity of scaffolding we've made. So it might be worth bringing some more robots up here. I could put that on the shopping list while I'm bimbling
Do they
around.
get auto-loaded into a roboport?
I don't know. Guess we'll find out. What I should actually... I should come up with... Oh, sorry. Do they get... Oh, up here? No, not yet, because I haven't set that up. But that is a thing of which we are capable. So I've got a robot
You
port.
speak for yourself. I'm not capable of anything.
True.
We've noticed.
Thanks.
So
That's
down here, I
really
also
big.
want to say minus 1 million construction bots. Or minus 10 million of them, apparently, because I can't count zeros. And then put that there. And I'll then circuit that one up so it only loads the robots in when there's fewer than n. Oh, stupid thing. Where n is I don't know what are we doing here? We're read robot statistics. Available logistics bot. No, available construction bots is Z. So if Z goes to less than 10, we'll put some more robots in.
Don't you want a filter inserter there?
Yes, technically. Yeah, you're quite right. Okay, so that will load. The robots will end up stuck in this warehouse. There's a decent amount of room for them in there. This will now do construction bots. Boom, 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 boom. Construction bots. And then up here, I need to set a thing on here. This will say, we don't need an enormous number of construction bots sitting in a box up here, so they'll get loaded in as they're needed. So I might just set that to 100 and see what happens. Minus 100. Right. So
180 are on their way.
okay, thank you. I was my next thing was going to be to have a look down on Norvis and see if any were being brought over, because I didn't know whether we're putting construction bots on the logistics network or not. The next thing
We
I suppose,
apparently are.
apparently so. The next thing I suppose is going to be to take all of the scrap back out of this rocket and put it onto the scrap belts down here. But I might let this get a little bit further on with the buildertroning before I do that.
Oh, you need big mining drills to mine iridium ore.
Ooh.
Big as opposed to big, not just Mark IIs.
Yep, it explicitly says can't use Mark IIs.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah, you needed big area ones before, but didn't realise it'd
Let's
be.
go scanner. Recyclometrons.
Are big area drills the same floor print as a regular
No, I think
mining
that they are
Nope.
bigger,
Yeah,
and
drill? Ugh.
but the area is also bigger as well. So it's both bigger in both ways.
Right, okay. Are we making them on Norvis?
I
Oh,
believe
actually-
so.
Yes.
should I-
I think so, yeah.
Right, so we're going to be bringing in lots of different stuff down this belt, aren't we? So I'm going to need
Yes.
a variety of different disposal systems. Now the main thing is probably going to be scrap. So we'll put in that and that and an underground here. We'll just take out 2 belts worth of scrap here. Nope, no, that won't work. There we go. We'll take out a couple of belts of scrap and dispose of that. Oh, that's in the wrong place. I'll leave a little bit of space because you never have enough space in Factorio. There we go. So put some of those in there like that, and then some more along the other side like this. And we'll extend these as I realise I've not put in enough. This is just sort of give me an idea of what I'm going to be doing, and then we'll filter out the scrap along here. No, not that. That's not scrap. Silly game. That one. There we go. Scrap goes out that side. Now, it's just occurred to me it's something I should probably have done differently, and that's bring out the contaminated scrap first. But oh well, we'll deal with that in a moment. So these are going to process the scrap down into where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Scrap into ore. Oh, and they produce heavy oil. I forgot about that. Okay, that's okay actually. We'll just run that along the top and bottom. Yeah, yes, contaminated scrap, broken data cards, junk data cards, and actually also good data cards as well. We're going to bring all of those down here and do lots and lots of recycling down here because this is just going to be a dump system for absolutely everything you can think of. Or at least everything I can think of right now. And we'll see how that goes. Right, rotate these around, just keeps a bit of basic symmetry going on. Actually, no, better idea. Let's have a pipe come up the middle of here. Right, we can have a pipe come along the mid, and I can't do underground. I have to do underground belts for that, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, longer pipes. Let's see. The 5s have got connection points in the middle of them, haven't they? So let's see if I can come. This is why I prefer to do this sort of stuff manually, because then it's a lot easier to iterate and fiddle with things like this. So let's anchor in Norvis orbit. Where do you have any preferences to where I land?
We're not sort of needing that. Northeast of the solar panels is probably a fairly safe place.
Yeah, that looks sensible. Whoomp. Right, how much?
Hang on, discovered a new planet, Norvis orbit. What?
Well done, Laurence.
Hooray! I discovered Norvis orbit. Also,
Well, in fairness, this doesn't surprise me.
Lawrence, how hard did you hit your head when you were on that planet? Or the various planets you've been to?
I've seen the game's trolling him. So you've been away 2 weeks. Week. 2 weeks? Week? However long it's been.
Nukes can be quite unpleasant when you get to take them to the face. Okay. In fact, while I say that, let's take all these guns out of my inventory because I'm probably not safe with them. There we go. There we go. Right, I'm now. I have made safe. Actually, I took instead of taking the ammo out of the guns, I took the guns away from the ammo, but that works too. Right, this was my warehouse of shame from last time I was up here, so we'll grab that back up again. What? Why do I not have any life support cans? Get in the spaceship before you suffocate. Get in the spaceship, for goodness sake. Oh, or just grab some life support canisters from wherever they're being made, because they seem to have a very, very long time before this becomes dangerous. There we go. Right.
Yeah, the Factorio engineer has got some pretty impressive survivability skills.
He has. But he can't survive being bitten in the face by any of the larger biters. To be fair, those are some enormous insects, and I suspect if I had my face bitten by one of those, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean the behemoth bite is like 3 times the size of him, so them having a little bit of a nibble is the equivalent of his whole head coming off.
Yeah.
Yes, but by comparison, just holding your breath for a little bit, anyone can do that, right?
Yeah, it's true. And he did manage to hold it for a little while before it became too serious. How far is that between those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Typical. I need some bots. There we go. Right, so there we go. This is the basic design we're going to repeat ad infinitum for the recycling facilities. And ad infinitum it means about 3 times for now because we don't have much of the we don't have all that much scrap being made just yet. I have run out of 5 pipes though, so let's make some more of those. Right, so that's the first step. The 0th step, which I realised I should have put in first, so I could put the product straight back onto the belt, is going to be the contaminated scrap. Now, fortunately, I've left a bit of space up here, but I think I might end up moving all of this downwards just for the sake of neatness. So let's put in another row of It's another row of recycling machines up here to deal with the contaminated scrap, and then we can turn that into clean scrap and put it back onto the belt where it can be dealt with by these things. I am going to have to worry about all the fluids for this, of course. We're going to need a fluids processing facility that's going to make cosmic water. It's going to make the deal with the biosludge, maybe. We'll see in a minute. I'll have a quick think about this. But basically, yes, we're going to drop some more recycling plants in at the top here. We've got the oil coming out here. We're going to have more belts going across the... zoom the correct way. You're going to have more belts going across top and bottom to take away all of the byproducts. Now, let's see, what are the numbers like on these? So we turn one scrap into about a third of an output. Okay, so we'll put both of these onto the same belt because there's plenty of room. We'll bring that down here. Like that. So that's going to be all of my ores. So the next step is going to be to then cook all of the ores. So we'll have along here, we'll split off the iron ore first, for example. No, the other side, please. There we go. So we can have that go up there, and we'll have some industrial, no, not industrial furnaces, whatever the space. What are the space furnaces called? We'll find out in a second. The thermodynamics facilities.
Thermodynamics facilities.
Yes. So put in some of these along here like that. And these will be kept quite perfectly. Oh, it's me. It's damaged. That's right. Okay. No comment. Bring the iron back out again. Oh. And once again, copper. Now, I have noticed there's rare metals come out of this system as well, so we're going to. That's another thing that we're going to have to worry about. And I don't know how much rare metal we actually generate in this. So how much rare metal we use in space. So that might be a problem. I guess we'll find out in a while. Let's put some more of this down here, and while that's getting built, I'll go off and think about the previous step, which is going to be the contaminated scrap. So contaminated scrap is also done in a recycling plant, isn't it? We can take in the no, hang on, no, it's not. No, it's not done in a recycling plant. Of course not. It's done in a purification facility. I built some of this up here. Basically, we need this. So yeah, we get the contaminated scrap coming in. That's turned into scrap and miscellanea. And then you've got the goops that also, the liquids that also need to be dealt with. The contaminated cosmic water and the contaminated biosludge. Okay, and that's a decontamination facility that does that, but it needs cosmic water to be brought in for it as well. Okay. I think I've not left enough on the bus side of this over here, but I think I am going to end up moving all of this left and down a bit when I'm finished, so I'm not too worried about that at the moment. So, first things first, we will need the decontamination facilities. As usual, I'm just going to stare vaguely at this until I find the correct one. There it is. That has many fluids, so let's give it a bit of space. In fact, I'll just put one in because, as previously mentioned, many fluids. And then, so while I'm waiting for that, let's put down another set of these thermodynamics facilities, which aren't going to actually get built at the moment because apparently we're not making those yet. But never mind. Bring that across there like that. Brings under here, and then we've got the raw rare metals coming out of here. That'll go up there. Those will also need to be cooked into actual rare metals. And then finally, the only thing that's going to be left over is stone. So that's one of my outputs. So from here, we're going to have stone, rare metals, copper, and copper plates and iron plates. So we'll have all of that coming out here. So we can then start putting in stations to take those away into wherever they're going to be used. Of course, this is going to be slightly complicated with the system we were talking about earlier, because we're going to be bringing up lots and lots of we're going to be bringing up all of the metals that are required from the ground, and we don't have a nice, neat way of dealing with them up here at the moment. So that's going to cause us problems at some point. Deathly silence.
That seems like a later problem.
Yeah, Laurence in a few weeks' time can worry about that.
Yes, that's future Laurence's problem. Sure. Let's line these up just because. Put that there. And we can have a belt coming in here, and we're going to need a little bit more of this. Not quite that much. Actually, it's going to need to be a bit more. We're going to need enough to get both of these out. So we're going to have one here like that, and then one here. Put in a bit more. Still wasn't enough. But one of these here like that, and then some underground here, like thump, thump, that. Let's do this just in case we have a lot of it coming through. It's probably not going to be that much, but I think it's a good idea anyway. Right, so that's also going to need an input of cosmic water, and it's going to output all kinds of gunk that we don't like. So we've got contaminated biosludge, contaminated cosmic water, and clean cosmic water going in. So okay, oh, and the other stuff coming out like that. This is the clean scrap, so that can just be dumped straight onto here, like that. Right, so as I suspected, I haven't left enough space. Is there any way to get all of these on top and bottom? No, the contaminated only comes out this. No, yeah, okay. So I'm going to have something coming out of coming in or going out of the middle of this system, because the contaminated cosmic water only comes out on this side, and the contaminated biosludge only comes out on the top and bottom. So I can't. There's no way to rotate this to get everything on the top or bottom of the system. So we're going to have to run a pipe through the middle of here like that, which is, I mean, that's okay. We can deal with that. And that comes down here. That could be the first one. Then we'll have a second one here, and then a third one where there isn't room for it. So we'll put that up here. For now. That, it kind of fits. So we're going to. What I'm going to need is a. Well, actually, no. I'm going because of the way cosmic water works. I'm going to have the because of the way liquids work. Rather, it's going to be easier just to have fluid pipes running up and down here and just let them self-settle. It probably doesn't matter too. Don't think it matters too much exactly how I do that. So we'll have that like that, and then we've got an input and output going on up here like this. Have I dealt with? Yes, that's all three of the things that need to be done. And then we put the other one, the next one over here, up against this, so it uses the same. Yeah, in fact, that's going to work quite nicely. Yeah, so we can have that set up as a mirror image of it over here. Right, the next thing is dealing with all of these fluids. So let's do that over here. We'll extend this out a little bit, like this. And then I can have, let's see, presumably space underground pipe. Yeah, space underground pipes are woefully short, much like space underground everything's. So we'll have to do this a little bit with the other way, with above ground pipes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then under. Okay, let's use a 7 in there then. So that one should also therefore probably be a 9. And that one will be about 5 by the looks of it. Yeah. Okay, and then we go under here. Let's be lazy. Let's bring this one out. Oh, I should have. Speaking of being lazy, I should have gone a little bit further with this. Oops. I don't know why I'm being stingy with the space scaffolding. It's not as if it's particularly expensive at this point, because one of the things I did earlier when I was up in space building up all the previous levels of all the previous bits of infrastructure was build 2 machines and making it incredibly quickly, and we've got generally good infrastructure for bringing all of the steel and low density structures and so on and so forth up from Norvis to where they're needed up here. So I don't need to be all that careful with how much space scaffolding I use, but I guess I'm just sort of naturally careful with it. Okay, so this is coming together gradually. So up here, this system here then is now going to be able to deal with all of the contaminated scrap that comes in. It's going to wash the scrap off, and then we've got pipes to take away the contaminated liquids in order for them to be processed further away. Now, to be honest, I'm quite tempted to move this entire thing quite a lot further down and just deal with all the fluid, the gunks at the top. Rather than have long pipes. But then I'd need more belts. But I don't know. What do you think? Should I be making it longer or shorter?
Longer. Always longer.
Yes, but which?
Yes.
Yeah, some sort of train cargo exchange yard is basically what we're looking for here. Why am I not using the blacklist on the filter arms? Because they don't have they're not long enough. You can't have enough things defined on them. So, for example, this one has been set up with the has been set up to whitelist. What? Oh, this is full. We've got Houston. We have a problem. Oh, hey, hang on a minute. I thought I fixed this. Maybe I fixed it. Maybe I talked about fixing it in a video, but didn't actually fix it. That seems more likely. Okay, let's fix this while I'm looking at it, because this should actually be packing them like that. Let's spin that round. Let's say this is to run when there is a rocket. I think when rocket equals 1. Yeah, so this is just filled up completely with rocket sections, and then from there we can just put them straight into this rocket. Probably also only when the rocket is equal to 1, actually, come to think of it, so we'll set that up as well. What is going on around here? Why are you... What? What is going on here? This is all very strange. Okay, so we're getting the pods out and putting them across here. What are you doing? You're going when rocket is less than... Wait, what? When pod is less than 1. Presumably pod is currently equal to 1. Oh my god. Let's set that to rocket equals 0.
Tristan?
Yep.
No, it hasn't worked.
You know your rail blueprints? And Laurence, you
What?
may be amused by this as well. If you go into the junction, the rail blueprint book, and look at junctions one-sided offshoot.
Yep.
Oops.
I don't think it's right.
Why not?
Let's assume you're heading up from the south. So you're on the left-hand side of the track. How do you turn
Yep.
left?
You don't. It's for turning left from coming from the opposite direction. It possibly needs a
Which
mirror
one are you
image of
talking
it to
about?
exist.
The one-sided offshoot?
Oh, you could turn left, actually. You just have to go all
Yeah,
the way
you
around
go round the
roundabout.
roundabout. Yeah, but what I mean is that I don't even know what you call it.
So
the bottom left of the
are you looking
thing.
at the one-sided offshoot, or are you looking at one-sided offshoot flipped? Because Laurence is
Oops,
looking
I
at the
was
second
flipped,
one.
sorry.
There we go. Yeah. Right. Okay, that makes more sense. Although again, top left.
From top...
If you're coming from the navigator, if you're coming from
in
the
from
west,
top... Yeah.
turning left again, you got to go all the way around.
Yeah, because, well, why have you used that one rather than the full junction?
Because I only want to go one way.
So you'll never be turning left then? Or you've set it up wrong?
Why did that load multiple...
It's T junction.
rocket? Oh, probably because this didn't react quickly enough. Yeah, okay, so it's the time it takes to make a rocket, perhaps.
Okay, so no, that isn't a T-junction. It
Do we have
wasn't intended to be a T-junction.
Fair enough. Do we have T junctions, or is it just stick down a full junction and just don't use one of the chutes?
Use a full one.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was just looking at it going, this has bits of
Working as
things going.
intended.
Yeah, it's just like this does not seem to match the specifications I provided.
By
Or I would
provided,
expect,
you
rather.
mean made up on the spot.
Yep.
Although this does need to put more capsules through than that. Oh, I don't know. Worry about that some other time, I think. Right, so the rocket that's there to take apparently scrap and cargo rocket sections back to Norvis may need a bit of thought. But I think I'll leave that for now. Anyway, so yes, going back to answering the question that I was asked by Dennis a few minutes ago, and then got distracted from because I found something that was broken. Yeah, so
Broken. Your setup. Surely not.
the reason we're not just blacklisting the stuff that goes in here is because these filters only have a blacklist. These inserters can only filter off 4 different things onto the blacklist, and there's potentially up to 5 going out. Well, these ones have got 5 going out of them, or at least up to 5. This one up here has got 6, 7, 8 things coming out of it. So yeah, basically the filter lists in here aren't long enough to fit all of the different things that might be wanting to stay in that particular warehouse. So that's why we've got more. Well, that's why we're using the system with the combinators and so on. Hello, Madman. Yes, indeed, a Factorio stream. I'm now trying to, at the moment, I'm trying to deal with scrap, which is wonderfully exciting. Yes, scrap sushi, exactly. Did that answer your question, Dennis? I think I answered what I thought your question was, but it is quite possible that I got distracted about that I answered something entirely different, just sort of through sheer bloody mindedness or something. Yeah, it's the sort of thing I might do. Not with malicious intent, of course, but you know, I'm not Mike.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's a good thing.
It doesn't mean I don't have competition.
True. How am I gonna do this? Well, that one can come across there. If I put that there, then we can go under again like that, and then we've got to deal with the oh no, so we've got cosmic waters coming in at the top. We've got sludge. Oh, that's fine. We don't actually need the Yeah, we don't. Yeah, with that's fine. Although when I get to the next pair, I'm going to need another arm coming in all the way from the bottom. But yeah, that works for these two. Okay, good. Mike is a lie, right? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mike is the best.
Mike is the pest. Right, there we go. So that's that bit set up. Now we start think. Now we think about fluids, I suppose, which is always a bit gross.
Is anyone noticing it being a bit laggy, by the way?
I mean, we're at 40 UPS, but it doesn't seem laggy.
Right, okay.
The game is running at 2/3 the speed it's supposed to, but I don't think it's actually laggy.
Yeah, that might be it.
It's running. Yeah, for me, it's running perfectly smoothly, just slowly.
Yeah, we from time to time just have to wait for you.
Yeah. No, dear.
I'm running out of pipe.
In other news, I've also got some copyright-free music going along, which is a bit of a beat. Enjoying it.
Is this the sound of your processing machines?
Nope.
Oh.
No, genuinely.
Okay. Actual, genuine, real music.
I mean, it's sort of very techno-y, beepy. So I don't know if you call it real music, but you know.
Can you, if you hummed it, would somebody else who knew it recognize it? That's my usual.
Etc. Yeah, Marc gets it.
Yep.
It's a sort of synth jazzed up version of it.
Anyway, I suppose the next question is why, but sure.
Well, it is a Monday, isn't it?
Last I checked.
Yep. It also helps drown you out.
Rude.
Thank you.
Right, let's start putting in some stations then, because now I've got the 4 metals made into metallic shenaniganery. So we're doing 1-2-1 trains up here, are we? Is that the final answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Laurence, quick question. From which planet should I take vulcanite?
It depends whether you want to actually get decent amounts of it. Agnair is the
Yes.
one that's got lots and lots of it. So yeah, go for that one.
And you have set up some spare cannons there?
I can't remember, to be honest. Probably. Yeah, put that there. And conveniently, yes, that is indeed a 1 square gap. Through sheer luck, that's in about the belt's in the right place. Right, so I need to take that back out and put it in. No, I can't do anything until this railway here has been built, and will give me an idea of where the train's supposed to go. Because I'm not going to start counting squares. That's just probably going to go wrong, and so I don't want to. But I will put in some more space scaffold.
I don't want to take your shoes and socks off on stream to do some counting.
Yeah, nobody wants that. I have showered in the last 24 hours, though. I'll have you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Fair play, fair play.
Well, I went into the office today, so it seemed polite.
Yeah, you only go into the office like once every few weeks, isn't it?
I try to go in as little as possible, but they seem to want us to go in a bit more, so I might. And this may be changing a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's whilst productivity was generally pretty good at the start of COVID, we found that it started to slowly decrease, certainly in my company over time, which we've put down to basically new joiners not knowing who to talk to, not really meeting their team.
There's an element of truth in that, and that is a large part of the professed reason as to why we're being encouraged to come into the office. I think part of it might also be the old sort of we've just bought a shiny new office, and it seems to be very, very empty all the time, so we're going to make everybody come in.
Actually, yeah, my company's just looked at that and gone, great, we rent rather than buy, but yeah, we go, hey, great, we can cut our office bill by heavily downsizing the number of offices.
Bugger. In order to load a warehouse straight into a train by loader, you have to have a two gap, don't you?
I would assume so.
I believe it's called Popcorn Remix, Johan. That's the name on the file.
And I recognise the tune.
This is correct.
I'm not sure I could have mentioned the could have named it.
No, Dennis is got it right. I'm genuinely impressed.
Oh right, yes. This is all going to need to be moved over a little bit further as well. 1 week is it can be a long time. I apologise that you all had to miss me during that time. But yes, back now.
So our aim is improving.
Let's actually do that again, but in a way that'll allow me to put the next station in. That is going to work. It looks weird and wrong and strange, but that will feed into the warehouse here. Right, next thing is going to be all of this nonsense again. Put it in down here. Let's have a. Okay, that'll do. And then here, and then here. I know you can't build an empty space. For some reason, the bots have. Oh, the bots are just busy. Okay, that's all right then. Right, there we go. So that's going to be my. This is the four resources being taken away. So we've got rare metals there, I think. I have no idea what each of these is. I'm going to just label the stations up once everything's been delivered. How did that go different and weird? Oh, I didn't leave quite enough for gap. That's fine. I can cope with putting in a bit of a wiggle like this, and it saves a bit of space, so it feels justifiable. Right, there we go. Now we can leave the bots to deal with that, and then I can come along here and give all these stations sensible names rather than just the dashes they come with, which is fine. Next step n+1 is to bring down lots of these very, very long pipes and try and squeeze them in all the way along here. What can I put in the middle here? No, not a 15. Damn it. The 9s again. Yeah, I guess. And then let's see what we can do with undergrounds. So that'll go from there. It'll make it up to there. How long is a 9 pipe? And don't say 9 because I will not be impressed.
You're expecting us to impress you?
No, just to not disappoint. Well, I'm just hoping you won't disappoint. I accept there's a certain amount of naivety in that. Oh yeah, I can't do that. Pipes like to link if you do things like that. So let's set that one out. Put that there. That there. No, that goes there. Because then I can put that one in there. This is the nice thing about these really long space pipes, is that they don't join up if you if most of the time. So I can now put in these long here, and then this is now a copy pastable thing because we're going to have the same thing in the gap here and in the gap here, and then pop. Let's just do that there. Let's try it again. There we go, like that. Okay, so that's going to bring my these are going to be all my fluids, obviously, because they're pipes. So we're going to have another station down here that's going to be dropping off the clean clean chemical gel. We're going to is it chemical gel? No, the blue one, cosmic water. Dropping off clean cosmic water, and then a cleaning facility that's going to be cleaning the dirty cosmic water and everything, and shipping that back out again. Right. Hello, Dan. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How do you go about playing Krastorio solo? Well, I hope you've got a lot of free time. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I mean, space exploration and Krastorio. Actually, just Krastorio, I imagine wouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's still going to be a fairly significant time investment, I think, but it's not going to be too painful. You'll get through it eventually. Beyond that, I mean, what are you asking about? How you how you saying any tips? I mean, tips, I guess, just be prepared that they're going to be some fairly long, convoluted recipe chains in there. Accept that you're probably going to have to rebuild things a few times as you unlock new technologies. But beyond that, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be enormously difficult. Merely time-consuming because it's a fairly big mod pack. Although playing it without space exploration does make it quite a bit smaller, so it's not going to be as painful. It's not going to take you 400 hours to get to. Well, actually, I was going to say it's not going to take you 400 hours to get to this stage. You can't get to this stage because this is space exploration, and Krastorio doesn't have space. So yeah, just be aware that you're probably going to want to go through and redesign all of your ore processings half a dozen times over. But oh yeah, some of the signals are broken. Well spotted. Thank you. What's the best way to deal with that? I guess I could put them in all the way along here, all the way along the inputs, or I could just leave it like this and just say, there you go, you can have one at the top and one at the bottom. It'll work. It just might mean a little bit of congestion while the trains are faffing around up here, but I think that's kind of inevitable with the way I've set that. Okay, so I'm now going to put in another train station here, because this one's good. There's going to be, because on this belt on these two belts here, there could potentially be a load of ready-to-use memory cards in a sort of a ready-to-use state. So we'd like to be able to get rid of. We'd like to be able to unload those, but get them back onto the train system, just back out into the world to be reused as soon as possible. We can then deal with. Oh, and actually no, let's do the formatting first. Then we can shove the cleaned up ones on. Oh, you know what I've done wrong. I need another thing up at the top here. I knew I was going to have to move all of this down a bit. I'm going to need another bit at the top here to turn the broken data cards into scrap in order to then process the scrap in these facilities in order to yada 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 all the way down. However, that's
There
not
is a lazy approach.
Is it feed it back up the belt?
Yeah, have a belt going back up, just dumping onto the scrap belt. So the scrap processing area just produces waste stuff that it dumps onto the to go into the scrap processing area.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's true. I could put in an area down here that turns the cards into scrap and then a belt that goes back up again. However, having put in the small amount of effort, but then at that point, I might as well put this bit down at the bottom here to not require all these long pipe runs. No, I think I'll put it in at the top just because why not? And moving all of this down is just going to be bot work, and it's not going to be too bad because there's not that much of it. I feel like there's not too much of it, because a lot of these things are quite big, and So let's let them finish off. The bit that takes a long time is putting down all this space scaffolding, and that I'm not going to pick up. But that is just a big rectangle, so it doesn't need to be moved. So I can just cut and paste it down a bit further down. Why is the second station from the top lower? Because counting is difficult. Basically. To be honest, I think ideally I would probably have put these ones slightly lower down as well to avoid having this kink in the belt. But yeah, basically because I didn't leave any even gaps. Well, if I'm going to move everything, then I could even it out a bit, couldn't I? And to sort of be kind to people's OCD. Dear. Yeah, as Dan said, yes, you're going to be rebuilding things repeatedly, and yes, also, yeah, if you're not going off to do space exploration, you don't need to have a base quite as big as this. If you're just trying to, I don't know what I suppose is the end goal of K2 still just launch a rocket as normal. If so, then yeah, it's going to be a much smaller. Why have I got a curve? Oh dear, I've grabbed it from up there. It's going to be a much smaller job than what you're seeing here, so don't worry too much about trying to replicate things on this sort of scale. Also, to be honest, even if you're playing full on space exploration as well, you probably don't need to build stuff on this sort of scale. What the hell? Did I not do a cut there? I must have done a copy. Oops, fail. Let's try that again with less fail. So take that and put it in. I reckon. So that's moved down one sort of thing. Let's move down a second. Let's go down a third as well because I'm bound to think of something else I've forgotten. So that goes there. Yes, there we go. There. I don't need that. There we go. And then down here, I was considering moving all of this up a bit, or down a bit, or something a bit. I don't know. We'll see how I feel about that in a moment once things have been put down. Oh, I didn't let this get built up properly before I started cutting. Before I pasted it back in again. So there's gaps and nothing's been pasted in properly. Never mind. It's all in the paste buffer. I can do it again in a minute. Right. So up here, I would like to have this bit again. We'll put it in about here. Actually, let's not put that in yet. Let's put in. So this is turning broken data cards into scrap, and that is a recycling facility, I do believe. So we'll put that in there. In about 3 days, that'll be placed in as well. Now I can put this in this height, this acrossness. Yeah, there, like that, and then more belts like this, and then linking this in like this. Now this is probably further down than it needs to be, but I'd rather have a bit of extra space at the top, especially as I think I put that a little bit higher up than it was supposed to be. Let's put that back. I moved things up a little bit higher than I was intending, because I wanted to be level with the top of this, and then I realised an extra thing I'd forgotten. So yeah, we've got space to put in one more set of machines across the top here, if we need to, but I hopefully won't. And I can bring this one out here like this, and in like that. There we go, lovely. Let's put this in again now that the base scaffold has been finished. We can do that, and it still hasn't been finished. There's still a gap in it there. Goodness sake, robots, get on with it. There we go. Okay, now now it's just a construction bot frenzy. So let's see. That's dealt with broken data cards. It's dealt with contaminated scrap. It's dealt with normal scrap and bap. All of the scrap being dealt with all the way through to here. Then we've got 4 stations to take away the various different types of scrap. We then let's then have a what does memory card formatting do?
Formats memory cards.
What are they
Either
called?
bad memory card or good memory card as a result.
Right. So yeah. Okay. So that's going to need to be done first, isn't it? So I don't believe Tristan. I just want to have a. So I just want to wrap my brain around it. Look, because we're also going to need thermofluid for this, so that's another consideration. But we've got a set of pipes running along here. We'll probably just have another 2. Okay, this is getting gradually more and more complicated as we get further and further in. So there's going to be junk data cards coming down here as well. When we format those, there's the chance of these broken data cards coming out, which means we're going to need to those are going to need to be fed into here, so that they get fed out and go into here to be junked down into scrap, because we then turn these ones into scrap. So that means we need to do the formatting up here as well. So that at the moment is going to mean the supercomputer Mark 1s, because that's all we have. These ones, super duper computers, well, they're okay, I suppose. We're going to want to feed into there in the output, so let's put that there. And so along here, we're going to want another of these here, which we can't put in because there's all this stuff in the way. And I'm in satellite mode, so navsat mode, so I can't pull stuff up like this. There we go. Paste again. Put that there, and the other underground that I keep forgetting about goes there, and then along here. So here we're going to. This is where we want to take out the junk data cards, and we want them to go out onto the right still. So we'll do that from there and there. They can be passed into that one, and then we have belt taking them over that way. Belt bringing out the results over here. And then this one, this is the broken data cards. So we want to bring out broken data cards here, again to the right, out of those two. It comes down to here. Then what we've got, then we've got contaminated scrap, which is in this one. Contaminated scrap. On the other side, please. There we go. And then this one is actual scrap, and I actually managed to remember to program that one, so well done there. Okay. There's the coolant up here, though. That's a pain. I could, you know, it'd be really dirty, but is rather tempting to pull the coolant for these supercomputers out from over here in the energy science area, because it's only going to be like just over here where we're going to have an entire coolant farm system going on. But that feels a bit dirty, so let's not do that. Maybe I'll pull it. I could put in some coolers over here. What are we doing here? Data formatting, that one. So this is only cool thermofluid at the moment, but later on when we get to the better ones, we're going to need more cooled thermofluid. Yeah, we are going to have a supply of thermofluid just over here. So I think I'll sneak some warm thermofluid out from the energy science area. It might even be this train bringing it in, so we could unload it to here. Just pipe it straight across here.
Oh, that train's actually being built.
Yep.
You must have got a rocket.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have that. That'll be the cool coming in down here. And you can just about get away with doing this with these. But you know what? Since this is literally just for this, words are hard. Literally just the only thing recycling needs thermofluid for is going to be the data is going to be the card formatting. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but fairly sure. I might as well put it in just sort of just up here and link it in like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then over here we're going to need some radiators. And radiators, yeah, it only needs cool. So for now, radiators is going to be fine. We'll need the hypercoolers later, but for now, just the radiators will be fine. I need to do that from this view, so I actually get the things. You're warm, so put that there. I have 3 of those because 3 is a number. Do the 3 pipes? I can never remember which ones have this. Oh, here we go. It actually says, that's convenient. So 3 does have a central junction, so I can just do
3, 5, and 7.
Yeah. 3's along here makes a lot of sense. Except it doesn't quite fit. There we go. And then along the top as well. course, I've not powered anything around here yet, which is a bit of a problem. But we can sort that out later. A couple of inserters. Right, so that's the coolant. Yeah, memory card. Okay, this is going. So then down here, we'll need another one of these stations. Like that. Let's leave the slightly larger gap or slightly smaller gap. Let's have the slightly larger gap here. Now let's have the slightly smaller gap because most of them are that size. And I think that's going to be slightly nicer. Well, and this is going to be a little bit more complex down here as well. Maybe I'll redesign that a little bit. Because we're going to want this down here again. Like that. And this time, it's going to be filtering out the memory cards, the good memory cards. So those are, are they a science thing? Yes, they're a science thing. So blank data cards out to the right. There we go. And then like that, and that. Okay, that's going, all going, it's all going anyway. I think it's going well. I'm starting to slightly lose track of everything that's coming in and going out here. Let's see. So what's left is the we need a station that's going to be dropping off the thermofluid, and we need a station, and we need to deal with the then we need to deal with both the contaminated liquids, and we probably want. Are we actually going to put the contaminated fluids into barrels and dump them down the dump bus? It's a horrible, horrible idea, but it's also
Amusing.
so horrible it's amusing. Because
Might depend how horrified chat is.
yeah, what do you think, chat? So we've got this, we've got this belt running all the way down the middle here, and the idea is that all of the scrap and all of the junk that's generated by the system, whether it's scrap, contaminated scrap, data cards, broken data cards, all of that sort of nonsense, can just be dumped straight out onto this belt and got rid of. But however, one of the things that we're aware of is that when you start to try and a lot of the sciences, especially the biological ones, are going to be generating contaminated cosmic water, contaminated biosludge. At the moment, we're just putting it into tanks somewhere. Here, we're just putting it in. We're just dumping it into these tanks, and as you can see, they've got 3,500 each, and I think there's some more somewhere else as well. But anyway, we're just sort of stockpiling that at the moment because we haven't got anything to deal with it with. So we've got a bit of biosludge building up here. Now the question is, there are a couple of possibilities. One is that we deal with it all on site like this, and we just end up with a little bit of biosludge that we then do something with. Maybe we feed it into stations and have high priority stations will take it away, something like that. Maybe. The other possibility is that we put it all into barrels and just shove that onto this disposal belts down here as well, and then all of those can be barreled up down here into this area and dumped into these systems here and cleaned up and then passed that back out onto the system as we may or may not want. So there's a couple of possibilities there, and the latter one is kind of horrible. And we have two people. We have Mike saying do it twice, because well, Mike. Yeah, and nobody else has really said. We are not doing any of the significant data in any sort of decent scale yet. At the moment, we have a small bootstrap area that was just there to allow us to get space railways up and running, and then we're going to expand out from there. Probably, yes, once we've got to the point where what I did last time was I brought all of the catalogues to a central location and then made the significant datas, the little cylinder things and the actual science packs all in one science city. So all the data cards were made in separate towns and made into the catalogues, and then the catalogues were all shipped off to Science Town, where they were then made into the actual science packs and the significant data and all that sort of stuff as well. We're saying barrels because it's a horrible idea, Jeremy. It is a horrible idea, but it's an amusingly horrible one.
So on a semi-related question, Immersite. because I
That's
got
not a
nothing else
question.
to do with it. Thank you. So yeah, the Immersite. I've put down some mines for it, which is all jolly exciting. I've got a couple of tens of millions to get through nearby.
Okay.
Um,
Currently, we are shipping all of it to Taisha in the crystal form, which is
Yep.
I think was what you dig up.
Yep.
And it's all getting processed there, but relatively slowly. So one of the things that it was on my list of things to think about was to go out to Taisha, do something more sensible with the sand, like shipping it to Njord and Bridget. There's some uranium ore building up there. We could probably do with Marc's meteor defense ammo making system there because it's going to run out eventually. And yes, the Immersite production there needs to be massively sped up, probably by putting in mineral water pumps among other things. And productivity modules in the nitric acid maker. So yes, Taisha is where we're sending it all to, but it's not producing it particularly quickly at the moment because it's a bit under spec'd.
Yeah, so looking at Taisha, the crystals are backing up slightly. Your main issue is a shortage of delivery cannon capsules, it looks like.
Oh really? Okay.
Oh no, there's some there, but
Let's actually look at this
actually,
so
no,
we don't have to listen to believe Mike.
No, actually, no, I take it back. They are starting to. Yeah, they're starting to back up now. That's strange. Did not expect that.
Yeah, there's a decent supply of delivery cannon capsules.
Yeah.
It's not backed up all the way to the construction machine, but there are enough of them that isn't a problem. And yeah, the crystals and the plates seem to be getting. Yeah, they seem to be getting gobbled up as fast as they come through, basically. So yeah, the system it works. It's just a bit slow. The limiting factor has traditionally been the amount of mineral water that comes through. However, that doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. There's quite a lot of it available right now. I think because we went through quite a long time of not having any Immersite crystals available. So now we've built it up again. The system is running as fast as it can. The limiting factor now appears to be this bit. I think. Is that sulfuric acid? There's plenty of sulfuric acid. Why are you sad? Oh, no, I take it back. That bit's fine. It's the next step. It doesn't have enough nitric acid.
Yeah, nitric acid, which is because that's
there's not enough air being sucked in.
It's ammonia, which is it's just slow. No, it's
yeah. We're not producing the hydrogen fast enough.
No, you're producing hydrogen fine.
No, the hydrogen pipe is empty. Oh, actually, I see what you mean.
Look at the machine.
Yeah,
look at the machine. The machine's going flat out, never having a. Oh, okay, now it's got a supply issue.
Yeah, it's going relatively quickly. So
yeah, 90% out.
We need more electrolysis plants and more chemical plants for that. Basically.
Okay, and now hydrogen's your problem. When I was looking at it a second ago, that plant was going flat out without a supply issue.
Yeah, I think the electrolysis plant is producing it's close to fast enough, but not quite there. So yeah, but it's
producing 40 hydrogen every 6 seconds, and it's trying to use 50 every 5.
Yeah. So we can see why there's a problem there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, it needs a little bit of expansion. Actually, I don't know if we've got any more of these machines on this planet. Let's find out. Is this area robot? Yes, it is reported. Okay. So yes, this could probably be.
See the pollution graph for Taisha. No, that's horrible.
Oh yeah, that's quite impressive. It's getting cleaned up around the edges though.
That's because it's falling off the side of the planet.
No. How else do you clean up a planet?
Just get the edge and let it run. Some planets have a lovely sort of waterfall off the edge. No, yours is just pollution.
Just pollution fall, yes. Well, there's nobody here to be upset by the pollution, so I decided I didn't care.
That's fair.
So yes, Dracula. That's something I never thought I'd say. We probably wouldn't have the recycling setups in 4 different places. We probably wouldn't go for the full-on recycling setups up here. What we like this. What we probably do. Well, actually, this wouldn't be here at all because we'd be dumping all the contaminated scrap straight onto the disposal system down here, so it would be being dealt with elsewhere. The question is what about when you essentially it's just when you have a production system that produces either contaminated biosludge or contaminated cosmic water. Do you then put them into a train and train them over here, or do you put them into barrels and drop them onto the disposal belt? That's the question here. And yeah, there does seem to be. Well, I think we've had, I think, three people have said barrels. Two of them have said barrels. Have tried to vote several times over. Now I know they say vote early, vote often, but that's not quite. I put it this way. I've caught you on this one, and one of those people is Mike, and so well, you know. Oh, actually, no. Given we've had one person say they're agreeing with Mike as well. So.
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds like, but it does sound like
All the best people agree with me. That's
we've
what I'm
got a
saying.
decent amount of support for the horrible barrel idea.
Can I
So is
introduce
there a
you
return
into?
belt taking the empty barrels back?
That's the other thing, though. Actually, if we do barrels, firstly, we'll need a steel supply to anywhere that's producing those things, which probably won't be an issue because most of those will probably be using steel for some reason anyway. Then we'll need to compact the barrels down here and have a steel output. And I'm still not quite sure whether how the output systems from all of these stations are going to work, or how well they're going to work, perhaps I should say. Because we don't have LTN, so we're going to need to come up with some sort of cunning system for prioritizing. And I have no idea how this is going to work. But it'll be interesting to come up with something, I'm sure. My next question is, have I dealt with all of the things that we need to ship back the empty barrels? Yeah.
I was going to say, can I interest you in some spare barrels I've got hanging around?
Yeah,
I can put fluid in them.
Yeah, are there any fluids we need over here at the moment, is the question. I need to build lots of these 9 pipes as well. A 9 pipe is obviously a pipe that has rainbows coming out of it. Okay, so yes, next thing is going to be a station. This one is going to be not a fluid station, not a solid station. Sorry, this is going to be a fluid station. And this is going to be where we drop off the not the thermofluid, the cosmic water. And we're not even making cosmic water on the train system yet, so that's not going to work particularly well, but it's going to be needed at some point, so I'm going to plan ahead slightly. Don't get too excited. It's only slightly, very slightly. Should we use stupidly big tanks, or should we use conveniently sensibly small tanks? How big are huge storage? Oh, physically they're not actually that big. So let's put one of those there and one there. And then I'm fairly confident I can put that there. So this is going to be my storage area for the cosmic water. That's the one. Cosmic water. That's the word I was looking for. Which is helpfully is the outer pipe. Typical. So this one, have that come up there. The rest of them can come up over here, like that. Then we need to put in a pump here. And in fact, let's put it... I'm going to need a buffer tank as well. Like that. So we'll pump that across when there's a small amount in the tank. And then that can go off to there. And these should be 3s, just for tidiness sake. Except I haven't got any left. I'm going to go on a brief jaunt off to go and get some more pipe. Because I've run out of pipe. And I need pipe. And I don't have any pipe on my request list. Hang on. None of this stuff is stuff I actually want when I'm up in space. Well, yeah, none of this stuff. Virtually none of this stuff is stuff I actually want when I'm up in space. So don't want that at all. Don't want that in general. That. Do want that when I'm on the land. Don't want that. All that. Some of this is useful. So what I'm doing at the moment is attempting to reconfigure my spacesuit requests for what I need when I'm in different places. So at the moment, that looks pretty good for when I'm on land. So I think the logistics request manager allows me to save my save presets. So how do I get this to here? That's my first question. No, that's an important one that I've previously exported. I've got oh, here we go. Save the logistic request from me as a new preset. Right. Okay. So we'll do that. It went bloop at me. That wasn't helpful. Maybe I need to give it a name. Land inventory. I did set up a preset way back, but I think it lost it when we removed and then reinstalled the I lost it when I removed and reinstalled this mod, which is unfortunate. So now let's get rid of all the stuff that we don't want when we're up in space. So that's all. Oops, I did want pot pumps actually. So let's go through here. Now I'm going to want to have some space belts. 200 of them might be enough for now. Going to want space underground belts. Sure. And splitters. And loaders. And I actually did want pumps. That was a mistake. Have some pumps. And yes, I want all of those. Why do I only have one of the signals? Let's have the other type of signal as well. I want pylons. Don't want cargo wagons or fuel refinery. Do want that. Don't need that. And then we'll save this again as a space inventory, and we can save that. There we go. Right. So now if I head up here, I can get the stuff that's actually useful for given where I am. So we'll land here and let the bots bring all this nonsense to me that I could all the stuff I could possibly want. Let's get rid of that because I don't think I need it, and I don't know where I'm going to put it. Oh, a load of space scaffolding would be useful as well. Let's say 500 of it. That's a number. Right, so there we go. We can get some of the stuff up. Oh yeah, life support cans. That's a good idea. That's a very, very good idea. Life support canisters. Yeah, let's always have at least 100 of those. 100 seems like a good number because I mean they're kind of important. I would like to carry on living, and I think we are refilling them up here as well. We are producing new ones somewhere over off to the east somewhere. So I should be able to have a nice steady supply of them available and always be able to breathe, which is much appreciated. Although they are being brought out of the over here for now, but yeah, whatever. Right. Good. I've got a bit of stuff I can now carry on thinking about building things. So, I haven't been brought pipes. Pipes. That's another thing I haven't. I've forgotten, which is slightly unfortunate, given it's the whole point of the whole reason I came back up here. We'll have 400 of those, and we'll have some underground ones as well. But I don't need quite as many of the underground ones. I should probably start making all of the longer pipes actually automatically, so the bots can just come out and build those bits for me. We're making the 15s. Just none of the other ones. You're making 4 underground pipes. There isn't really room to do anything else in here, so I guess what would you need? Oh, you need quite a lot of stuff, including copper cables. That's why that's there in the middle. Fair enough. Okay, it's going to be a little bit of a faff to make it bigger, but we shall see. Shoot the barrels instead of use a delivery cannon to shoot the barrels from of contaminated biosludge from one side of the base to the other. That would be a way to do it, yes. For certain values of a way to do it.
And you haven't done it before.
It is true, I have not. Yeah. 36 of each material catalogue per minute are going to produce 1800 contaminated scrap, 5500 scrap, 378 contaminated cosmic water per minute. Yeah, but 36 of each material catalogue per minute is probably excessive. You don't need that many. You just don't need that many at all for anything, basically. It's just excessive. Alright, so I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're going to make this. You're going to make this. You're going to make... let's make... I don't know. Which ones do I use most? I've got the 15s being made automatically. I feel like I use the 3s and the 9s the most, because they're the sort of the extremist the most extreme sizes other than the short one. I don't know. I'm making this up as I go along. Do that and that and that and that. And do we need long inserters in there as well? I didn't even look at the recipes. I just slapped the inserters down. Oh no, I do need the shorts there as well. Right, yeah, that's all good. We just need to program these two. What? Oh, that's the button I wanted, that one. Connect to the logistics network, and you are doing, what are you even doing? You're doing 9s. So run until 9s are, well, run whenever 9s are less than 50. And your 3s, so connect to the logistics network, connect. Whenever 3s. 3s are less than 50. Yeah, so I don't feel like we need to make 36 or basically 2, slightly more than 2 of every material catalog per minute, 36 per minute. We don't need to make one of every single material catalog every other second, because you'd tend not to need all of the material type, all of the different levels of a science type for every research. And quite a lot of the time, we're just going to be we don't need to be doing research quite at that sort of speed, because we aren't capable of building the systems to support it we aren't capable of generating new research types to do at that sort of speed. So there's no point in producing that's annoying no point in producing science packs at the sort of speed you're talking about, because we won't have enough science to do to keep them busy, essentially. That's my theory anyway, and is why, yeah, I reckon that one belt is going to be, or those 2 belts, sorry, are going to be absolutely sufficient. Now these 6 machines here, these are not going to be sufficient, but that can be extended by just going off to the left like that. So yeah, that'll be fine. I'm trying to remember what sort of speed I was doing in my previous run. What sort of speed of research card production? I can't remember. But it wasn't. Yeah, it certainly wasn't 36 per minute. I don't think we need that many. All right, good. Those 9 pipes are all being done now. That's good. What's going on down? Oh yes, I remember what I was doing. Yes, down here I wanted some 3s. So let's make some 3s, because I've got enough to make plenty of those now. So one of them in there and one in there. Right. So that's going to be the cosmic water coming in. So the next thing is going to be to clean up all of that cosmic water that's being produced by all of the contaminated liquids and deal with those. Ah, crap. I've just realised I'm pretty sure that this is going to produce scrap. Contaminated scrap makes contaminated biosludge, which produces contaminated scrap. So I am going to need to have a disposal belt going all the way back up again after everything I was saying. I should have done the fluids up at the top, to be honest. In hindsight, I should have done all of the fluid stuff up at the top rather than just a little bit of it. Or maybe at this point, maybe I should just go hell with it and move this down as well, because then I won't have this crazy long pipe set. Yeah, let's do that, because it's silly. Sigh. Let's get rid of all of that, and that, and that, and that, and I missed that bit, and that, and that, and those. And those, actually. We're still going to need the drop off for the clean fluid up here, so that's fine. I don't mind having that up there. Then up here, we're not going to be pulling out the contaminated scrap here. We are going to be feeding in the data cards, though, so that's still fine. We don't need any of this. That's all wrong. Let's get rid of that. Except you. And I suppose you. Get the power through. we'll get rid of that though. Then here, don't need that bit. Don't actually need that. Fix that in a moment. Don't need that. Put that there. That through there. That through there. Right. Okay. So let's remove that unfortunateness. So down here now we are going to be carrying on. Yeah, we're going to need a lot more going on down here to do all of the cosmic water reclamation stuff. So bring in the cosmic water. We're going to use that to wash the contaminated scrap that's going to pour all the way down here. These are not programmed yet. What? Yes, they are. All the contaminated scrap that's going to pour down here. That doesn't need to be prioritized at all. So yep. But we do need another belt coming back up here like this. To, I suppose, only to here, because it's just going to have it's just going to have scrap on it. So that's going to go in here, like that. And is going to dump stuff onto the belt from down here. So that, yes, technically that does mean I could have then done all of my all of this stuff further down, including this one. Oh, we've got a recycling facility in here. This is going to be doing the broken data cards, so we can turn the broken data cards, that one, into more scrap. That's good. So that's that. Scrap. At some point, I need to set up a system to make these thermodynamics facilities. I'll get on with that at some point, and I need to bring up some huge storage tanks from on Norvis, because those are being made on Norvis. But while I'm waiting for everything else to happen, let's ask for some storage tanks. Huge storage tanks. Huge tracts of storage tank. 20. 20 seems like plenty. So at some point, yeah, off the top here, I'm going to put in a big assemblometron there, and this can make those thermodynamics facilities. Now, the odds are reasonable that they're going to require something else silly in order to make them. But okay, no, it's just programmed because I copied and pasted it. That's fine. So this one is going to make the thermodynamics facilities, which is that one. I think we might be going to need lots of these, so let's put that up to 40. We'll extend all of these up because that's how this works. And then in a moment we'll find out what the recipe's like. Oh yes, I have a disposal. Yes, you're right, Jeremy. I have a disposal pipe for the heavy oil, but I haven't done anything with it yet. So that's a very good point. I'm going to need to deal with that. So that's probably going to be. I could put a station in here to take it away. Oh, let's see. So somewhere we're going to need to make this cosmic water. I'm going to need a fluid handling area somewhere. That could go in just up here. So we could have recycling down here and fluid handling up here. And by fluid handling, I mean sort of petroleum products and things. So generating the oil, so petroleum gas, light oil, heavy oil, whatever's required, and then making the cosmic water, not the biosludge, the orange goo, what's it called? Chemical gel, that's one. And those sort of things. That's going to need to go in somewhere. And up here is a place. Whether it's
that was going to be the spaceport essentially and space elevator location.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be, but that was the plan for it.
There are a couple of other options. One is to do that further down this way. And another one is to put in extend the railway off to the left, and then have another couple of ribs coming off the spine further over that does the fluids. The advantage of the former is I can just pipe this wasted this produced heavy oil straight down and go into that petrochem area, and actually that would then mean that this station wouldn't need to be here producing or this could then be a pickup station for whatever this stuff is called, cosmic water, or alternatively this could just not be here at all actually, and could just be somewhere. We could just bring the water up to it. So yeah, okay, I'll carry on downwards. I'll do the I'll do the sludge processing here in order to get rid of it, to clean all of that stuff up, and then I'll have got rid of basically all of the everything that's come in on the scrap belt, and I'll be just left with trying to with needing the cosmic water to come in here, so which means I'll need to bring in a supply of lube and supply and then and water and the petro whatevers to here, and yeah, that seems reasonable actually. Yeah. Space elevator location doesn't really matter too much, because yes, we'll put it in a sensible place. What I imagine we'll do is put it in a sensible place on Norvis where we can get everything we need into it, and then the top end of it can appear wherever it needs to in space, and we'll just link it up to the railway system and let the trains sort it out, I think. Right, okay, I think I've argued myself round and round in circles enough that I now have a vague idea what I'm doing. So first thing I want to do up here is to get that thermodynamics facility up and running while I think of it, and that is you. So you require low density structures. Check. You require tanks. That's unhelpful. We're going to have to make those. You require assembly machines. That's fine. You require heat shield tiles. That's that one. And you require steel plates, which is over here. So we've got everything except tanks. And I think we've had this problem before somewhere. Yeah, here we go. We're making tanks here. So I could have this machine output tanks onto another belt that just goes up across here.
If anyone's interested, by the way, I'm currently in a full train of raw immosite, which is heading off, which will then get unloaded, shipped up to delivery cannon and fired at Taishikuten.
Ooh. Oh, Taishikuten. Sorry, what? Taishikuten?
You did say Taishikuten.
Yo, fired at Taishikuten, immosite. Right. Oh, gotcha. Yes. Cool. And that's good. We've now got 3 or 4 planets supplying it, so that sounds like useful.
Should be plentiful.
Yeah, you might not be firing it quite as soon as you seem to think you are, but it will. Yes, it can go into the supply, so that's useful. At this rate, we're not going to need to go to that immosite planet for a long time, which is nice.
Well, I mean, I figured that whilst we're here, we may as well.
Oh yeah, agreed. That's why I set it up on Agnea as well, because yeah, it might as well while it's there. Yeah. And imagine I can't see the light on your. Oh, there we go. And it's waiting for source items.
Yeah, it's not got any war immosite yet.
Oh, it's this one. This one's Why are you less? Huh?
I'm copying the setup from what's the Cryonite planet?
Tristan's. Okay, right, all right, yeah.
In terms of shooting,
that's fine. I'm surprised.
I've changed yours, Laurence. Yours is less than -900.
Oh, okay.
There was a reason for that, and I can't remember why.
Okay.
Wasn't there a reason we wanted it sent from other places rather than that? Ideally. Or
I don't remember.
I left it in my to-do list, so I changed it.
Firing.
I trusted past me.
Output full. What? Why are you not shooting?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
There we
By
go.
which I mean turning it on.
Yep. Shooting done.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I mean, as I say, I don't really care exactly where it comes from, so that's fine. Exactly.
Oh, it'll be because Agnea is power limited. Maybe. So having that as a lower priority means it gets
less likely to be
uses slightly less power. Maybe.
I don't think Agnea is power limited. It's got those massive nuclear reactors now that are, unless it was from a long time
power
ago.
costs resources.
Oh yeah, okay, all right.
I don't think that was the reason. I can't remember what the reason was.
I'm not too worried. Dennis is suggesting you should use a loader instead of an inserter there, Mike.
I mean, I could. That's true. Let's listen to chat. I mean, I know it's usually the mistake, but there we go. We now have accelerated loading. Why is the loader only taking off one of the sides of the belt?
Why did you
That
listen
looks
to chat?
wrong. That was the mistake. And
Oh yeah,
that is really genuinely weird.
that is
Why?
weird.
Yeah. Turn it round twice.
I already done that. But here you go
Okay.
again.
I haven't actually moved over to that planet. I'm just using the stream.
Clearly,
I
there's-
blame Pete.
Clearly, there's
That
only
seems
such.
fair.
You can only get it into the load it into the cannon at a certain rate because the necks on the delivery cannon capsules are fairly narrow, so you can only put one steady stream of it in. That must be the answer.
I mean, it make a level of sense.
What speed is the belt?
5.
Is it red as well?
The belt runs at 30 items a second. The loader can load at 30 items a second.
They're both red.
I-
Basically, is what Tristan was asking. Mostly
Yeah,
accurate.
yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's all red.
Oh, Johan says, "Is there something stuck?" So, is there something else on the other side you're trying to get in through the loader that can't?
Like the
Yes.
inserter you just broke.
Potentially, yeah.
Something daft
Not
like
that I'm
that.
aware of, but I've just flushed the belt.
Kadoomsh.
And now it works. So, I mean, fair enough.
Well done, Johan.
Good shout, good shout.
Scrap decontamination. Let's get back onto this again. Right, so how do we do this? Well, we've put in lots and lots of pipes first. Let's use 7's also linking them. In fact, we don't need to go all the way out the words. Right, put that there because that's going to need to be cleaned, as is this one, granted. But so have that coming out the bottom, and then for the sake of tidiness and sanity, we'll have that one going in at the top like that. Now, unfortunately, we can't do an underground belt going straight from one to the other because they don't go quite far enough, but that'll do for now. And then what else happens? Yes, so we have scrap coming out of here like that. So we'll put that onto this belt. And we have contaminated scrap coming in. What happens if I do this? Different type of wrong than what I sort of expected. Okay, so pass that through there, and then down here we need to do. Let's just do this manually, it'd be easier. Come out there like that, right? And then more undergroundies. So this is the contaminated scrap area. So we're going to be putting the contaminated scrap is going to come out here. I'll put that through these machines. That'll clean it off nicely. Give it a quick polish up. We can put it back out, and then we can send it off up that way to be dealt with as normal scrap is. Then we have another set of machines over here, and these are the ones going to be. These are going to be the ones that deal with the contaminated. One of these contaminated liquids. Slightly annoyingly, I can't put anything. I've run out of those machines in my pockets, so I'm going to have to wait for another one to be brought down by the robots. But you know, that's how these things go. I suppose I can set up some power while I'm waiting, like this. There we go. And this and. I feel like using these loaders feels slightly like cheating because all of a sudden I've got none of my stations require power. And that feels slightly cheaty. Okay, so we are now going to be turning... we're going to turn cosmic water decontamination. That produces contaminated scrap. That's convenient because then I can just shove that straight back upwards again. But this produces contaminated scrap as well, so it's not a great deal of difference in that. But let's do that one. And then we can also output that straight back out to here. because that's going to produce one solid. It's also got a various faffery of liquids to deal with. So we're going to put in an underground there like that. So I can run this pipe down to here. Oh, thank you for the sub, Kalian. Much appreciated. Thank you. I shall credit you in the next video that comes out. Then I put in a downpipe, and a cross pipe. That'll do. I could have done an underground. Actually, let's use an underground one there. It feels more Factorio, I guess, in a way. There we go. So that's the input for this one. We've then got the output of contaminated sludge here. Actually, if I extend that to there, then I could link those two up because it's the same horrible goop coming out of both of those. That's an input. That's an input. We've got the output over here. That's going to want to be linked up to up there. So I think we'll bring this one out the bottom because I'm kind of running out of space a little bit here. So bring that out over here and then loop it up here. So we're going to have another section of what do you call it? Liquid bus over here like that, and so 3. There, that, and then down here. That's not 15, is it? No, nothing like. Could be a 9 though, perhaps. Do I not have any of 9s left? No, I don't. What have we got? 3, 5, 7, 9. So let's make some 9s. Right. Yeah, and you're probably right. I think that's a mistake we've probably. I'm pretty sure I've made it before. The trick is remembering what the relevant mistake was. So when the next time you make it, you're not going, "Well, I know I've seen this issue before, but I can't remember what caused it." And actually just being able to go in and fix it straight away. So yes, that's definitely a large part of what we appreciate from you telling us, pointing out the fairly obvious as to what the problem was there. And I'm going to need that to there. No, to there as well. Oh, Johan has realised that Vitamelange cannot be put in delivery cannons. Either that or he thinks that Marc has, and that's why he just groaned. Could be either, really, couldn't it?
It can't.
No, Marc had not realised. Sorry, spoilers.
It can. Spice. The spice can.
Oh, it's the spice that can't.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the spice must flow. So. Right. So this horrible conglomeration of pipes around here means that we're getting the we've got both of these are outputting the green goop. This one's getting recycled through here and back into this one, which is going around the loop to go back into the top here. And then we've got the contaminated biosludge coming out over here. So we still need to deal with that. So let's put in another machine down here. And give that a moment. We'll let the bots place that, and then we'll think about what's actually needed for this, because you never know. This might also need to be linked up to this machine, this pipe, which would be quite sort of handy in a way.
Does the ammunition in artillery change the range?
No, I think the range is changed in the mod set to be very low, very short when automatically fired, but quite okay in the
When manually fired. No worries.
manual.
Thank you very much. Might just put
I'm
some
not sure,
extra
though.
laser
Could
turrets
be.
down.
This also produces contaminated scrap. I did look this up actually. I just didn't bother to deal with it properly. So we're going to be producing some biosludge here. So at some point we're going to need to ship this biosludge out to the biologicals area. Exactly when that ends up being, we'll worry about later, I think. But this just takes in that. Okay, let's put this. So if I have a belt there taking it away, let's do that because that's easy. Let's do that one, and then a belt across here. It's going to take away the contaminated, contaminated scrap. We're also going to need to bring in, put that there instead actually. Then this one, okay, there's a belt going there. Okay, that's the belt for taking any excess scrap away. That's fine. We'll leave that there then. We'll put this from here to.
Hey, let's not automatically have
Here.
These things firing nuclear artillery shells. That ended badly.
Did
I
you
did
blow up
that.
half your defences?
No, it's just they targeted. I say badly. It's not quite fair. They started firing at regular worms.
Oh, and you just felt that's a bit
Ah.
overkill.
Yeah.
Boom.
It's fine. Mark was making those, so they're probably producing the millions.
Yeah. And I set mine on Bridget here, also on automatic, and from time to time you get a little nice flash.
Poor biters. No. 9. And I know Mark thinks I'm just repeating myself, but
Every so often, I'm going to let one have
there
a
we
nuclear shot.
go.
Problem is, it's then going to do something stupid
You
and fire
maybe
a single worm. Yep.
in not very long, you're going to have dealt with everything that's in range, and then you stick the nukes in them and start controlling them manually.
Yeah, that does seem reasonable.
Okay, so that is going to deal with all the contaminated biosludge that comes in. With that, I'm then going to put the biosludge into some giant tanks, which I don't have, but those are going to be brought up from Norvis eventually. Actually, I want a station for that probably.
Need to reinforce the defences in multiple places.
Put that there.
This is
I have
quite
now reached the
satisfying,
bottom of the rail that Tristan put in.
Mhm. You are allowed to extend it.
Oh, I know. And I suspect I may well be doing so. Oh, have I left enough room there? If I put in pumps here and then a Uber tank. Oh yeah, there's room. That's fine.
An over
Either that or
tank.
the
What?
challenge is you have to fit everything in that height.
Uber, as in big. But yes, I suppose. Yeah, it's. I
As an
know it's.
over?
Yes, indeed. As in sort of slang, I suppose.
Alright.
If I put that there, is that going to be about right? We'll check those. Check those in a bit. Right. So I now have a. now have a biosludge pickup station. That's probably not going to be used for a while, but still, there we go. It's there. So now we've got the chemical. No, the cosmic water needs to be brought up here. So that means I now need to start thinking about the fluids area, which is going to continue further and further and further down. This is going to be a rather long spit going out this way, but never mind. That's absolutely fine. Oh, I'm going to need to put in lots of. Actually, Tristan's probably made blueprints for this. Rails. Space station. Oh, space station. That is a station in space. Yes.
Yes.
Don't see what you have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem. I just yeah. Let's just go a bit nuts. And I suppose I should put in a loop back at the end of here as well. Really. Basics. Loop back.
A nuclear shooting happening.
Oh dear. Where is he? Oh, I can see his camera. That's probably almost as good. Hello. Oop. Suddenly bright. Oop, there's one.
You'll be able to see the dot appear on the map when the shooting is about to happen.
Boom. Wow. I am quite impressed that nuke has taken this biter down to I can't tell, he's moving too quickly for me to keep my mouse over him and look at his health, but he's still well up in the greens on health anyway.
Yeah, it's in some ways scary, in some ways disappointing.
Yeah. I just remember playing with nukes in vanilla Factorio when a nuke would literally destroy absolutely anything on the screen. Anything. It would basically take out everything on the screen, no matter what.
Yeah.
So these are a little bit disappointing comparatively. Although I suspect we're going to I suspect we're going to find better weapons at some point in the future. But yes, it's some way off probably. Either that, or we're just going to start passing back the beam weapon back and forth over the planet just forever until it kills absolutely everything. That works too.
Yeah.
That takes a really long time
It
on anything
does,
that
but
has remote amount of threat.
yeah. Didn't we find that there was a happy medium? Like if you had 6 things putting power into it, it was fast. It's fastest, and if you put more in, it actually got slower. Or was that just something? I don't know. There was something weird.
There were people talking about some upgrade making it, some certain number making it basically teleport,
Oh
but I
right.
never found
I
that.
don't think that was actually true. So this is going to need to be every 2. Oh, so there, 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 and there. So the beam weapon, the glaive, when you put one of the beam space beam things into glaive mode, depending on how many things you have energizing it on in your space station, it'll move at different speeds. I think what actually happens is the more you put in, the faster it goes. But there was somebody on, I think, Discord or in the comment section or something like that, was claiming that if you used a certain number, and I can't remember what that number was, and I can't remember if they were sure what that number was, then the beam teleported from nest to nest, and so was much faster. Pretty sure that was nonsense though. I mean, citation needed and all that, but yeah, definite F's to doubt in that. Right, where was I? Oh yes, liquids, fluids, stuff like that. So this is going to require stuff to be brought. So what are we doing at the moment? What are we bringing up at the moment? Is it we're mining ice, and then eventually, when necessary, Tristan's going to start shipping ice from the Cryonite planet, presumably.
Mark is already shipping it from.
Oh yeah, of course he is.
Norvis.
Yes, of course he's being shipped from North. Yes, thank you. You're quite right. So we're bringing up at the moment. We're bringing up lube and petroleum. Oh no, we're bringing up lube and heavy oil and petroleum gas. So do we want to? Probably want to. I guess we want to stick with that at least until we get spaceships and can start bringing stuff up in a slightly less barrelular way. Oh, I forgot about dealing with the. I forgot about unbarreling the liquids down here. I should do that as well. Grump. No, hitting the bite. I believe hitting a biter beam nest with the energy beam just confuses them, so they don't actually aggro on anything. There's a chance I'm wrong, so don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I think they
Go for
spawn in a tech group but don't know where to attack.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
They do seem to. If you destroy all the nests, they run off to another nest and just join that.
Okay.
If there's one nearby. If there isn't one nearby, I'm not sure.
Right, what's going on up here? So this is a contaminated scrap. So in down here, I need to get in some so that's the contaminated biosludge pipe. So I need to get in some machines down here to empty barrels and then dispose of those. So right, okay. So along here, I think at this point, I'm going to merge these 2 belts down to one for the sake of sanity and tidiness. Then I'll put in a splitter there. That'll take off one type of barrel. So boom, 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 boom. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Hang on, what? 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. There. goes there. That's going to take out the contaminated biosludge and put it into this pipe. And then also do the same here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Extra one. No, that way. It's all wrong. There we go. That's right. And then over here. Oh, this is going to be horrible. I don't know why we're using barrels. I really don't. I mean, I do, but I also don't. Let's do this differently because this is horrible. Who's getting attacked?
Kothar.
I'm losing some bots.
Okay. Very careless.
Mm-hmm. You hadn't turned on whilst receiving a bite wave. You know, that cleared out a bit of space, but I'm also looking at it going, I don't really want to move 1,000 tiles of wall.
Yeah.
Especially as I haven't killed every single worm.
Yeah. Fortunately, you're making iridium now, which means soon you should be able to... Oh, no, we need material science before you can get your railgun up and running again, don't we?
Yep. And I've got 3 rounds of that left. But the railgun wasn't actually that good at worms. It was great at nests.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't even one-shotting big worms.
Contaminated cosmic water.
I still don't think it was one-shotting big worms. It only does like 1,000 damage.
There we go. Contaminated biosludge. It is browner than I expected it to be. Which is lovely. Then down here we're going to have contaminated cosmic water. You are going to be taking... Here we're going to be taking contaminated biosludge out of the barrel, which is that one. And here we're going to be doing the same with contaminated cosmic water. Right, you just point straight upwards. That one's easy. Oh, this should be a 5. Where's my me? There's my me. There. Right, so that one's easy, because that's going to put it all into the right place. We're going to end up with some steel on this belt, and I don't know what we're going to do with that, but for now, that's okay. This is going to do the contaminated cosmic water, as we can see here. That needs to be put in on this pipe here. And there isn't really any sensible way to do that. I might have to move this pylon again. Put that there instead. And then put that back there. Oh, actually, that does work. Because then I can put that like that and that. And that's at least got it out. Spaghetti! Can move all this down a bit. Yeah, that might... Okay, let's yeah. That could actually go there like that. Then we can rotate that to there. We can have... no, don't do that. Have that go under there and there. Looks like a 7.
The quarry drill is the Amazite one, right?
Yes, that's right. There we go. Nice little bit of pipe spaghetti down there. You know, so a bit of spaghetti never hurt anyone. But that will now deal with... Okay, so I can now deal with barrels of all of those unpleasant fluids coming through this way. So that's nice. Link that in over there. There we go. So I think... Oh, I don't know. I was going to say I think I'm done with that bit now. I'm probably not. I've probably forgotten something very important. But I think this belt is now going to... As far as I can think of, this belt is now only going to have steel on it. Now it is going to get more steel down here from when we deal with all the rest of these barrels stuff coming in. Are any of the barrels of laughs, I mean liquids, in delivery cannons, or are they just coming down by I don't know, something elsium? Or are they just being put into the rockets?
I think it was just overflow vulcanite that was.
I'm receiving
pyrophile.
barreled mineral water in barrels.
Okay. It's
for.
specifically lube and heavy oil and petroleum gas I'm interested in. I'm pretty sure those were just being chucked straight into the rocket.
I can send you petroleum gas in barrels.
I mean, I suppose that is a possibility. I'm just trying to because we've got it all up here. It's coming up by rocket at the moment. So options. Actually,
So what liquids do you need?
That's a good question. I definitely need water, but that means ice, so that's not a liquid.
That's fine.
And I'm going to need lube, which can be made from heavy oil.
We have a heavy oil setup.
I'm going to need. Yes. I think I need petroleum gas as well. I forget what I need it for, but yeah, persistent especially needs lube. Trust you to turn up as soon as I start talking about lube. Jeez. Yeah, so I'm good. Yeah, definitely need heavy oil, petroleum gas, and lube. But the lube can be made from the heavy oil, I believe. Let me check the lube recipe for lube.
There is also a cyanide slush and heavy oil recipe for lube.
So it's just straight heavy. It's either straight heavy oil or cyanide slush and heavy oil, as you say. Cyanide slush requires cyanide rod and sulfuric acid, which is sulfur and iron plum.
That will be a do it on the ground where you can use productivity and things.
Yeah, but then that's another. Oh, you mean to make the slush? That's true. Could ship the slush up.
Well, it's probably worth making lube on the ground because.
Oh, because productivities of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything we can make on the ground, we should really be.
Right. I think this is going to be a point where I need to put down a rocket landing pad. Much to Mike's disappointment, I'm sure, because he was looking forward to throwing barrels of petrol at me with extreme prejudice. But
I promise not to ignite them before I send them.
they'd probably go out while they as they're flying through space. At least I hope they would.
It's just poor design if that happens.
But yeah, based on our future intentions. It was all the bots coming down to build this track. I was wondering what those were. I think based on our future intentions of how we want to move forwards with this, putting in a rocket landing pad and bringing up the lube and petroleum gas and heavy oil that way is going to be the way forwards. Oh yeah, good point, David. Yes, I am going to get empty barrels. I'm going to need to crush them down. That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, I shall add in that step as well at some point. Oh, why am I not? Oh yeah, because the tanks. I distracted myself, as is traditional. So down here, what I want to do is that and this and this. And I want to have this one feed onto the near side of the belt, because then I can put tanks up the other side. There isn't anything else on this one, is there? No, good. Inserter, please. Hello, where are all my bots? I know exactly where all my bots are. They're all down here building this monstrosity. Okay, I'll keep them busy for a moment or two. Yeah, I don't know. Oh no, I know why Tristan doesn't go mad building stuff like this. It's no, don't do that.
It's because he's already mad.
Probably true, but no, it's mostly because he's mostly building on land rather than space, so it's a lot less irritating.
I would throw down a whole load of base scaffolding and then build it.
Yeah, but when you're trying to move out in a direction like this, you can't. You have to put down the scaffolding, then the pylon, then the and then the scaffold, and then the next.
Oh right, yeah.
You can't just dump the whole thing out.
Yeah, that is a bit annoying.
Yeah. New pad and barrel catcher is a possibility. That's what we've got over here. Oh no, not barrel. Well, I suppose it's sort of a barrel catcher in a way. Are you just offering to throw petrol at me to be helpful, Mike, or is it something you're actively trying to get rid of?
A little column A, little column B. I have barrels I need to get rid of, and I've got 16.5 million crude oil and a
Right.
petroleum plant which is not keeping, which is say not keeping it, which is slightly overspec. It's about 2.5 times the size it needs to be.
Right.
So it's
But
well
it'd be
within
more
my
efficient to
capability.
send it off as steel
Yeah.
by a long way.
Yeah, I have no need for. Well, I mean, yeah, it's sort of. I need the petroleum gas and the heavy oil to come in from somewhere. But it might as well come up by rocket from Norvis, basically.
Yeah, fair. I mean, if you're sort of wanting to do rockets and not delivery cannons the whole way.
In theory, this is a train, but in the short term, it is unfortunately a rocket.
It's a rocket with choo-choo written on it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I can write choo-choo on the side of the delivery capsules if that helps.
Chewable delivery cannons. Yum.
Yeah.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Nom 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 nom.
Alright, there we go. That should now start producing these in a while. It's going to take a little while for us to produce enough barrels, and because I haven't set up any of these prioritizations on these, because I might want these things further up there. Yeah, it's just going to take a while to get enough of the tanks through, because half of them are going to go through there like that. But eventually, this will fill up fairly soon, and then we won't have to worry about that. Okay, let's not look at that because that's a bit of a mess. So. Question is here, do I start off with the landing pad and associated stuff, or do I just jump straight in with the words are hard. Do I just jump straight in with the production of all of the things and then put the landing pad in after? I think I'll start off with the infrastructure, because with the logistics first, because that seems like it feels like the right way around to do things. So put in another one of these first, like that. Then we can have a landing pad. No, we can't, because I haven't got any in my pockets. Landing pad. There we go. Landing pad. Where have you been? Put you there. I think that's right. Yeah. We'll give it a name soon. Slap the landing pad
What
down.
planet is London on?
London.
Isn't that where it's gone to visit the Queen?
Oh, I see. Yes.
I like the way that Dennis is encouraging me to
Don't encourage
just
my.
fire just fire things at you anyway.
Oh no, we've already done that for science.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't worked out if I can hit a moving target yet.
You can't hit a moving target. However, sometimes I stop moving.
Yeah, ironically, that makes it harder, because if you're being unpredictable about your movement or lack thereof, I can't predict it as easily as if you're moving in a straight line for example, the entire width of Los Santos. Picking a completely, arbitrary example that in no way, shape, or form has any relevance to anything that I've ever seen you actually do.
I do love how I get criticised when I go run in a straight line to try and get away from you guys, and I get criticised when I duck and dive around corners and things.
No. The criticism you get for ducking around corners is the crashing that you do. If you succeeded, we would not criticise in the same way.
We would still mock and act confused, not understand what's going on.
Yeah, I've noticed you often don't understand what's going on.
That's because we get really confused about why you drive in a straight line and then look backwards, not see one of us and go, obviously they've stopped chasing me. I won't turn, I'll just get out the car to change vehicles. Followed by, how did they find me? They must have been stream sniping.
I'm pretty sure I've never accused anyone of stream sniping.
You haven't accused any of the three of us of stream sniping. Laurence is trying to work out whether I'm just being obtuse there, or whether he has actually accused someone of stream sniping but has forgotten.
The latter is more likely, if I'm being honest, given my memory. I'm pretty sure I've never accused anyone. I wouldn't do that. Probably.
It depends how suspicious. So this is generically just a statement. If I was in your shoes, if someone always found me, and there was never a good reason why, then I'd be a bit suspicious of it. I'd be like, yeah, that seems a bit,
Yeah.
If they just always out the blue happen to dodge around 4 different identical cars and just hit me, I'd be like, come on, that's a bit.
Pete does keep finding me, I have noticed, but usually it's when I'm doing. No, it's not. It's not that. Usually, actually, when Pete, it just always seems to turn up when I'm changing cars, and it's probably confirmation bias, but it does seem to be him far more often than anyone else.
See previous comment about driving in a straight line and then changing car?
No, sometimes it's been when I've just not been remotely in a chase at all. It's just been unlucky.
Yeah.
I mean, I say unlucky. There's all kinds of clues that you guys are given to tell you roughly where I am, which is the whole point of the game.
Oh yeah.
But there's not enough logistics network storage space available on Norvis, apparently.
That's unfortunate.
Probably what that presumably means is there's a random box somewhere off in the middle of nowhere that's a random roboport in the middle of nowhere that's picked something up and now doesn't know what to do with it.
It's Marc's train. It's got confused.
What?
Oh dear.
I blame Mike.
What?
It's holding an artillery shell, and you were talking about artillery shells earlier, so therefore you get the
Huh?
Seems reasonable.
Where's that? Oh, I know how to fix that. There
Wait,
are
not that.
some red chests
Do
which
I?
can be made into
No.
yellow chests.
It's
I'm
fine,
doing something
Marcus fixed it.
potentially very dangerous here.
Sounds on brand.
I'm concerned.
Hello, concerned. I'm Laurence.
I've just noticed that there are kill list markers on nests that have been there for months now. On nests that are still there.
Sounds about right. Hello, Luna. Welcome. No, don't worry. We're still probably going to carry on playing for another, at least an hour, maybe longer. We shall see. Yes, we do indeed have space rails, and we're now starting to expand out to. Oh dear. Oh, I can't put the station down there because it was trying to put it on the wrong line. That's unhelpful. Oh no, I can rotate it. That's all right. It just didn't automatically snap to the right one.
I'm really glad that artillery doesn't get in its own way.
Do you mean it doesn't shoot itself, or? Oh, I see. Yes, those. Yes. Yeah, Factorio has some issues with things that go outside their immediate bounding box. Also, that is a ridiculous artillery emplacement. I can
It's
understand.
a super tactical one.
I can understand doing that with lasers and short-range weapons, but with the long-range ones, it seems a little silly.
It's turret creep.
It also feels ridiculous that you can do that without power.
Oh yeah.
Or that artillery does. You think artillery should require power?
Yes.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Even if it's provided by train, it should still need power from somewhere.
Well, put it this way: I've just done here.
That's a lot of noise. Are those nuclear? No.
Nope.
No. I would hope that the nuclear ones wouldn't
Would fire like
all
two.
fire in a bombardment like that. Yeah. Because it does use intelligence for the explosion size.
Yeah, actually, in fairness, it's doing quite a good job in terms of spreading out the shots. Oop, there was a biter nest there that wasn't. See, this is the problem: is I now need to decommission before. Actually, I can probably take those.
You should be able to.
Famous last words.
Where are they?
Is it this?
Come on! Oh, are they going to the wall? Or are they going to me?
They're coming for you unless you deconstruct
Oh,
it.
this one's.
No, I haven't
No,
deconstructed yet.
if you deconstruct, then they will go for where the thing was. In fact, if a train moves, they will go for where the train was when it attacked and go over and eat the rails.
Ah.
Yeah, you should be able to take those with the jet. Given you've got a jetpack.
Yeah,
with
and
a
they're
sniper
kind of
rifle.
low health already.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
And it was the low. Well, yeah, I know. But yeah, it was the low health bit because otherwise, genuinely a single behemoth biter is a real challenge to take on
Yeah.
on foot. With a jetpack, it's easier, but
Yeah, jetpack, you hop over a cliff or something and just plink at it with the sniper rifle for a little while.
yeah. Yes, this is just me clearing out worms.
Dennis says you need at least 64 artillery cannons. So yeah, 4x4, not enough. It has to be 8x8.
It does seem fair.
Right, what are we doing here? Oh yes, I remember. This is going to be lube. Lube.
There was just something about them all turning to get into range at the same time.
Heavy and
Mhm.
petroleum, and inserter parts. I'm
As
going
a
to set
way
these
of
3 to
clearing
inserter
worms,
parts so
though.
we don't get anything coming out of here that I don't want. Oh, ice, baby. Ice. I see it. There it is. Artillery, yeah. Suggestion: artillery should be the same size as meteor defense. I mean, they're not. They don't have to fire the things quite as fast. They don't need as much oomph. Oh,
So they
deconstructor
don't take
planners.
as much
That would
power
work. Yeah.
as meteor defense then.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they don't need. I was going to say maybe they don't need power because there's sort of enough explosives in the back of the artillery shell to lob the thing, but that doesn't include that doesn't tell us how the gun moves around.
To
But
be
then
fair,
given
gun turrets don't require power.
It's going to say, yeah, given the gun turrets don't require power, they have the same sort of concern. Why is there not another signal transmitter up here in space? I call shenanigans. Let's order another one.
Oop, I found a worm that isn't dead yet.
Did you find it the hard way?
I noticed the shot coming towards me before so I was able to dodge it.
Ah, lucky
Before it
escape
hit me,
there.
but I had literally just stopped looking at the map for a second to
Hang a
Oh,
trout.
that's close.
Why am I doing this like this? Why don't I just get rid of all of this? And then... And
No, I
then...
didn't.
And then... Do that. There we go. Because now I can do the unbarrelings along here. We can get out the... what are we getting out of here? We are getting out... Lube. Getting out the heavy oil, which is that one. We're getting out the petroleum gas, which is this one, and we are getting out the water. That needs to be a chemical plant. No, that needs to be a biochem facility because we are in space. We need a building this big in order to melt water. That is a big building.
Yeah, water's also a pain to melt. Like IRL, it's big and it's annoying, and yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's difficult to melt water because it's already a liquid.
No.
That was the
I'm
pedantry I was
gonna
expecting from
let
you.
let you wallow in that mistake. So I think I'll let chat have a go at you for that one. Oh dear.
Oh god, these are supposed to be unbarreling. You're quite right. Thank you, chat. That would help, wouldn't it? This is get the lube out of the barrel and the heavy oil. And yes, I'd have noticed eventually, probably.
Nice.
The problem is I'm doing I'm doing the rather dangerous thing here where I build up loads and loads of stuff before I actually start any of it running. Let's make water. Oh, there we go. That's the one.
It's well known that you and all your viewers are really good at that sort of thing.
What, making things without looking? I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
without running them. We
Yes,
tested it, and
we did. We tested
I'm
very
pretty
carefully.
sure everyone did it perfectly.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, he was an absolutely flawless thing.
Happy times.
Right, there we go. So this is gonna be a steady stream of empty barrels. I don't know what to, firstly I know what I'm gonna do with the barrels. I'm gonna crush them into into steel, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with the steel from here. So this is going to be a tricky proposition. I mean, I suppose I'm not going to do this because it's a horrible idea. But in theory, I could put the things like the chemical, the biosludge and all of that sort of stuff into barrels in order to use it all up. But that's a horrible idea, so I'm not going to do it. Right. So okay. So we need to make blue stuff first. So let's see. That's the lube and water recipe, I think. I also need to bring all of these over to get them out of the way because this is getting silly. Or is going to get silly if I'm not careful. Over here, we'll start to bring them down. Yeah, we'll have a fluid bus over here, I think, like that. How far is that? No, actually, that isn't going to be a 15, but that one might be. It is. Is it going to be a 5 in there? No, it's going to be a 4, which is very unhelpful. Put that there, though, and then let's fill in the gap with that one. Oh, and then I can... Oh, yeah. Rage. Alright, gonna have to put in a 5 in there like that, and then do that to get that to work, which is annoying and sucky and horrible. Oh, so actually I could have... No, I couldn't have moved that across. Yeah. Fluid buses are difficult, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. And over here... I keep seeing those blips pop up of telling us a surface scan has been finished, and I go, is something under attack? No, it's just Marc scanning planets, that's alright.
Oh yeah. I wanted to
Blip,
check that.
yes, just like that. Thank you, Mike. What would I do without you?
Oh yeah. I can stop the scan.
Get some more of that down. In fact, while I think about bots and stuff, how's this getting on down here? Pretty well. There we go. Let's finish that off. That's going to give me lots and lots of space to build things in. Right. So, what was I saying? Yes, this is going to be making all of the fluids. I'm going to start off with the space water, cosmic water, that one. Let's look that up because I'm pretty sure it's just made in one of these out of lube and water. Oh, come on. Cosmic water, that one. Yes, water and lube. Mostly water. Oh, there's several recipes for it. So that's cleaning up one, that's getting out of a barrel. Okay, so there's one recipe for it. It is water and lube, and both of which we've now got here. I just need the bots to pull their proverbial fingers out and just... Well, here they all come with their fingers out. But yeah. Can we research bot range? Does bot speed increase bot range as well?
I think so, because it's the battery time.
I don't know.
And so
Worker robot speed plus 45%. That's quite a lot. Oh, of course, it's an additive thing, isn't it? So we're probably at no, not that one, not that button, this button. Robot speed is currently at 225%, so we'll add another 45% onto the 225%.
there is a plus 40% battery size.
Oh yes.
Which is essentially range.
Yeah, testing stuff is a bit unnecessary. I suppose actually I could shove some scrap in from... Yeah, one of the things I want to do actually is get the scrap from here. Let's have a slightly smaller brush, because this scrap dump belt here should go down here like this. Now, are we taking anything else off this belt? I suppose at some point we might dump other stuff onto this belt as well, like cards that need reformatting and stuff like that. But for now, this will work nicely. Run that down there. Flip that round. Oh, that needs programming. Whitelist. Just scrap, I think, for you. That one. Actually, let's put all this back into the ship first, because I don't want it to. There we go. I don't want to actually have a whatchamacallit, a rocket pod coming out down here. That would be annoying, and I'd have to tidy it up. So, right, there we go. That's that. That comes all the way down here and goes on to here eventually. Oh, no, don't do that. There we go. I just need them to finish off putting in the... yeah, don't do this. Doesn't need underground belts. Oh, it does here, actually. So the one place it did need underground belts, it didn't put them in, or did I just overwrite them? I'm not actually sure. Come on, put this piece in. This one here. This right here. This gap. Fill it. Damn bots. Never do anything in the right order. If only it was sort of first in, first out or something like that. There we go. Now we can give the last command. Right, so there we go. Now we have a stream of scrap coming down here that is going to go into the recycling facility, and everything will go horribly, horribly wrong. Or maybe it won't. Who knows? Okay, so down here I haven't put in lots of the inserters, so things will go a little bit wrong, but not horribly wrong. So there. Let's get all these up and programmed as well while I'm at it. Right, so up here we have, we are making iron from iron, not from enriched. We are making iron from straight from iron ore, because I'm not going to faff around with enriching up in space. That's going a bit far as a way. This is just recycling scrap anyway. So I was going to say it's free resources. It's not, but I kind of don't care. And oh yeah, power is useful. Could I put that there and have it link up to everything? No, they're not quite. The cables aren't quite long enough on these normal sized pylons, so I'm going to need to put in lots and lots of them like that. All right, and now they're all going to be gradually fed and start running. So, yeah, as stated and expected, this is not remotely enough. Let's put in a splitter up here to merge the two belts. This is not enough machines to cope with the solid belt of scrap coming in, but we're not producing a solid belt of scrap at the moment. So for now, this is going to be adequate. Feed all these down here. Then everything. Then yes, we should end up with stone. So we end up with. Okay, one stone has come through so far, so it's gone into this one. That's fine. So stone goes into this one. We're going to have rare metals in this one. Copper and iron in these two down here. I don't know which way around yet. We'll name them all as the stuff starts to actually arrive properly, so that'll be fine. Right. Okay. Luna says the robot's speed doesn't affect range because it's energy per tile. And so Dracula says the same. Increasing speed will increase. Oh, Dracula says it's per second and per tile. So. Don't know. There seems to be some disagreement in the chat. Uncertain.
So we'll get 5 blocks further or something.
Possibly, yeah. All right. I'm now making iron. Hurrah! But I am making iron literally out of scrap stuff we don't want. So you know, it's free iron that's going into some warehouses and can just be sort of forgotten about, I guess, for the time being. Oh, I see. It's being loaded into the loaders. That's why it was flickering a bit there. Okay, so yeah. So right, we now have stations that can supply, or will eventually be able to supply all those sort of things. Right, now let's see. Back down to here again, where I've because I got distracted, and so let's try and undistract myself again. So yes, we're going to make cosmic water.
Kothar? belts are getting destroyed.
Yep.
Meh, meh, meh. Oh, can't do that easily. Oh, I see. No. The biters are supposed to be on the outside of the wall, Mike.
Listen. They didn't get the memo.
So I see. Right. So down here we are
Yeah,
going
there
to...
was a couple of nests just there which are inside the perimeter that, yeah, couldn't be.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since I've had to worry about wall expansion.
Mm. Johan is saying that how bots calculate absolutely everything has changed over the years. So yeah, that's who knows. Could be anything. Right over here we are making stuff. Wait, where's the stuff that I wish to make? Have I put down the wrong machine for this? It's entirely possible. That's cryonite slush. Chemical gel. What do you make cosmic water in? Because it ain't one of these, apparently. Oh, it's a decontamination facility. Okay, never mind. Let's ask for a decontamination facility then, I suppose. It feels a bit weird, given that everything else, I think... Well, it feels like nearly everything is made in a biochem facility. It just seems that cosmic water is the exception to wind me up.
You're presumably just decontaminating normal water, just
With
removing
lube.
everything from it to make it into pure water, maybe?
Oh,
Whatever makes it cosmic.
Yes. Sounds. I feel like there's probably a Jamiroquai reference in here somewhere. Oh, that was a she's cosmic, not it's cosmic. So. 15 pipe. Boom. That comes down here. Doop. And then... yeah, 5 will do for that. Okay, so you are going to make cosmic water like that. And so you take in, yeah, fair enough. Take in water, which is this one. So let's... I mean, I've got this sort of mini bus setup thing going on down here. But I feel like it's not entirely required. Put that there. I don't have any 5s, of course, but never mind. It does annoy me a little bit. I feel that the way the inputs and outputs are arranged around these particular machines, I feel it'd be much nicer if you had, if the opposite sides had all, because they've got 4 ports on the 2 opposite sides, and there's 3 inputs, so it'd be nice if they're sort of arranged a little bit differently, basically. But never mind. I'll work with it. It's got lube here, and here. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. You did say the 7s have a connection in the middle, didn't you? Okay, so we'll put one of those in there like that, and like that, and that. And I'm going to need to make some more 7s and 5s because those are the ones I haven't started making automatically yet. That is clearly going to be a 3 though. Let's do this properly. There we go. It's those are all a little bit closer than they should be to make for sort of nice tidiness over here, but I'm kind of okay with that. That's going to have to go under. That's fine. And under here as well, like that. Yep, that did fit. So there's the output. Do it in the same way. So that's this one over here. Goes to here, yes. And then another Not quite a long one, alas. No, not even less, not quite, even more, not quite. Let's pull this up a square. Then that's going to be a 3 over here. I suppose it could be a 7, but no, I don't know how much more cosmic water I'm going to need, so we'll just put that in there. There we go. So that's my cosmic water supply once I get my inputs here. And I'm not going to get my inputs until I get this up and running. And then I'm going to have to ask for basically an entire rocket full of all of these things, which is going to be a bit ridiculous, but never mind. No, it's just Mike. It's okay.
Oh, no!
Oh no!
Oh, that's not good.
First
A bit
death of the
many
session.
artillery cannons and too few laser thingies.
Yeah.
It's an important balance.
Yeah.
Well, that's you. Yep, getting some Fs in chat, I'm afraid. Or
Yep.
I'm happy to say, or I don't know what. That is a
This
lot
is
of
quite
pipe in a very, very small
awkward.
area. I'm not sure I like it. It makes me uncomfortable. But yeah, I think it should produce the cosmic water that I need. I think I should probably have a buffer tank for this. In fact, thinking about it, I need to have a buffer tank, and yeah, there's going to be. I need to have some overflow available as well. So let's take one. Let's have one of these. We'll put this in here, and then take that out. Put in a pump like that, and then a 5 coming across here, and we'll set this up to only pump when that's at whatever level I decide is appropriate, like 100,000 or less than 100,000 or something, because these tanks are crazy big. Yeah, I should be. Yes, I think I can still get the. Yeah, I can still get an underground belt underneath that, so that's fine. Dunk. Right. And that goes to. Oh, it doesn't reach. Damn it. To be fair, it is always useful to have a pylon somewhere in the middle of one of these, so you can tell how you can read the. Do I not have one of these in my inventory? I do. There we go. Do I not have any? Oh, I don't know. Right, so cable. There we go. So that's going to be filling up with cosmic water. These have a capacity of 200,000, don't they? Let's check that actually. Want to get this right. Capacity, yeah, 200,000. Good. So I want let's half fill it. So when there is fluids, cosmic water, less than 100,000 in that tank, then the pump will run. So we'll fill this one up to half full, and then that'll be enough to supply this to keep washing out the contaminated scrap. But when this step produces some produces some clean cosmic water, then there'll be plenty of room for it to flow back into this tank. So we should be okay there. The only risk is if we get contaminated cosmic water coming in here faster than we end up using it up through the whole system, and this causes it to overflow. I hope it won't. We'll have to see how that goes. Actually, because we're also going to be using this cosmic water to produce the chemical gel that we're going to be using in lots of the other stages, though. So I think that might well be okay. This tank, however, should not be there, come to think of it. Better idea would be to get rid of that tank and put in the station, because we're going to want to pick up cosmic water for taking it away to other places at some point, I think. Do I have a fluid station in my buffer? I don't think I do, because I don't think I've actually made a fluid station. So put that in there. Get rid of all the miscellaneous belt stuff around it. Hook that up to there and there. And then... Yes, I am actually in as me. So there we go. Put in the huge tanks there. About there, and probably... I don't want to link it up to that, actually. No, I need to put this further down. Didn't leave enough space, as is traditional. You'd think in a game where you have literally infinite space to play with, I'd not run out of. I'd have enough space, wouldn't you? But no. Actually, come to think of it, it might not actually be literally infinite. I think Factorio does have an upper limit on the amount of space you can, on the size you can make your everything, but it's crazily high, so I don't think I need to worry about it. Actually, need to worry about it too much. Right, so that's cosmic water, everything done now. So we've got a system here that will produce it, a system here that will clean it, and a system here that will just basically circulate it round and round and round in circles. So that should sort all of that out. Long fibers and middle connection. Oh, you just disregard that. Okay. On output from right cosmic water, the 5 long has a middle connection. Oh, this one. Oh. Ha. I see what you mean. Yes, and I'm using it down here, but... Oh, actually, that's... Oh, no, it's not fine, because it'll keep pumping out here until it overflows. How should we do this, then? So basically, I want to put in the pump there, and I want to have it link up to this. Let's come down another square, then. This is the easy way to fix it. So then I can put the pump in here. And how mean? Why would you want me to fail? You horrible, horrible people. There we go.
That's content.
Which planet is our immer side processing?
Taishakuta.
Aisha?
Yeah, space exploration does indeed limit the planet size. It limits it a lot more than you're implying, though. It is fairly easy to reach the edge of certain planets. For example, if we look at Taishakutan, that is the entire. Yes, that is the entire planet. Let's turn pollution off. There we go. I've not necessarily filled the planet. However, I've found the edge of it all the way around. Because this is, well, I say planet. It's a planetoid. It's a moon. It's a relatively small one. But we've seen the same sort of thing on Dracket as well, I believe. Tristan has explored all the way to the edge of it in order to get all of the all of the core mining patches. I think those are the only two we've gone all the way to the edge on. Although notably on Kothar, Mike has started building in what I'm going to call a corner of the planet, even though it's a circle, but you know what I mean. He started on the edge down here, and he's got sort of a pie slice to play with. So, yeah, he's...
Yeah, that meant I didn't have to defend one edge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I'm not criticising it. Well, I had a comment about the planets being so huge you struggle to reach it.
I'm at about 2/3 on Njord.
Really?
Which is a proper planet, I think. No, it's a moon. It's just a fairly large.
Large moon. You haven't explored all the way out, but I don't think.
Yeah,
because it's bumpy on the edges. So
yeah, that is the edge.
Oh, that is an actual edge. Oh yeah, I always got my scale wrong. Push the wrong button there. Okay, so yeah, you've got all the way to the edges of that one as well. So. Well, you've explored all the way to the edge and explored.
Again, that's
scanned.
Going for core mines.
Yes.
I haven't needed it for factory. Factory is just a small quadrant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or less than that.
Okay, cosmic water. Yes, check. Tick. So now next up is going to be chemical gel. So we'll put that there. I would like you to make chemical gel, which is cosmic water and petroleum gas. So we need to pipe this one down as well. And put that way around. Yeah, I can get all the inputs on across the top and output on the bottom. Right, good. And petroleum gas is going to be this one here. Now, the problem with building by like this, when you don't have the when you're just sort of trying to put stuff out and how far does this go? Not far enough. When you're just putting stuff out and sort of trying to and not having anything flowing through it just to make sure everything's working, it's quite hard to tell which pipe is which, because the pipes all look the same, the belts all look the same, everything looks the same when there's nothing on it. So yeah, that's the downside. or a downside.
Oh, for pity's sake.
You're right, suffering is funny.
Ugh. Bot, get... Oh, whatever, the bot's dead. It's the behemoth biters worms are just annoying.
Yeah, I've said before that combat is probably my least favourite part of Factorio, but I leave it turned on because I feel like I leave the biters turned on because I feel like you need some sort of pressure against just infinite expansion.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, if we didn't have to worry about things like pollution, and expansion, I think there's already enough in play in terms of the different resources, etc. But yeah, if you didn't have to worry about that, then
you could just make your base
would
as big as you
remove-
wanted. It would, yeah.
yeah, it'd remove all the threat and the challenge from
Got
the
that
game.
wrong.
But yes, at the same time, it is also then a real pain when you're just like, ugh, I now have to deal with worms which have a range greater than any weapon I currently carry or have access to, that will not hesitate to just start gobbing all over my stuff and will cause an absolute nightmare of a time trying to sort it out. And so on, it's
it is another sort of logistical and setup challenge that you have to go through, and yeah, it can be frustrating.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. It's yeah.
But then without them, the bases would just sprawl even more, I suppose.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think that the reason you have biters is to make you think a little bit about how you're constructing a base and not just go, yeah, I'll take over everything in the world. I mean, you see how actually it's not a good example. I was going to say Tristan's based on Njord. It's not so much of that's mostly I didn't mean, yes, I did mean Njord. He's just rolled the trains out to wherever he wants. There's been no pressure or discouragement or anything against doing that. Whereas on Norvis, we have to think a little bit more about it because, well, there's biters everywhere.
Yeah, although the flip side of that is that the pressure he's got to deal with is that he's got to go out there and think about all of the trains and logistics and so on of that.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and it's not absolutely trivial. No, but I guess it takes out I feel like the reason the biters are there is to make, whilst you do have a basically infinite canvas, is to make it feel slightly less infinite and slightly harder to just go and go everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. It encourages you to think about what is and isn't necessary. It means that a mega base is actually a challenge.
Yeah.
Rather than just download the blueprint book off Reddit, copy paste.
Well, if you're just going to download the blueprint book, and
well, yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's chemical gel. The next thing I think I want to make is thermofluid. Oh, you've revealed all of Norvis. I suppose yes, and revealing all of an area is relatively straightforward with the navigation satellite. So yeah, you can reveal all of the planet without too much difficulty. So yeah, it's interesting to see how much space you've got. Let's have a look at our Norvis. As that being a sort of a good starter. Yes, we found an edge, but as you can see by the way we found it, it was found through a sort of certain let's just push the navigation satellite all the way out until we find the edge. So yeah, we found a little bit of it. Yeah, true. Yes, the biters also provide an additional logistics challenge in that you have to find a way to maintain a perimeter wall, which, as Madman says, is potentially having outpost stations like. Do we actually have any of them? We've probably not bothered to build any because we don't really need them because we've got so much cleanup going on. Outpost stations, which are in our case, are just producing large quantities of the filters. I thought we had one or two traditional outpost stations.
We did, and then as expansion happened, they just weren't necessary anymore.
Yeah, because we're not letting any pollution get outside our base, essentially. We've gone for a very much the don't release any pollution, and then the biters won't really attack method of defending our base.
Yeah.
Which is very different to anything we've done before, but it's still a thing.
But
Yeah,
it's,
so
it's
But as you can see, we've got these
Right.
stations here where they're bringing out the filters, taking away the dirty ones. In a normal base, you'd have them bringing out walls and repair packs and so on, and new turrets and so on to keep the walls repaired and up to scratch. I'm not sure who I'm telling this to, because I'm fairly sure that everybody who's watching somebody playing K2SE probably already knows how you defend a basic base in Factorio. But if you're a Factorio newbie and you're watching this and going, what on earth is going on there, then maybe that'll be a little bit interesting. Where are my bots? Did I give them away by mistake or something? Apparently I'm sure I grabbed 40 odd bots out of a Roboport not very long ago. Like that.
You've lost them already.
Apparently so. It does seem very careless of me. Okay, so anyway, let's ignore my my apparent inability to keep hold of my own robots and carry on down here. Exactly, Johan. Yes, yes. So we defend our base by trying not to smell too bad, essentially. So sometimes that's easier than others. I just have to remember to have a shower before we start streaming. What did I say this was? Oh no, I didn't say it was anything. But we are going to make. How do you find thermofluid? I searched for thermo. I got thermodynamics, cold thermodynamics, and hot thermodynamics data. There we go. Cool. Oh, warm is actually what I wanted. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Thermofluid is significantly more complex to make than I realised. However, lots of these things are things we just have up here coming out of all of the scrap, so that's actually really convenient. Except that I haven't left room for those belts to come to travel down the base, so that's not insurmountable though. The hardest part is going to be getting the iron and copper plates over here. Oh, I'm going to need sulfur as well. I'll just have to bring that in with the rocket as well. Okay, so up here we have all of these. We have the copper and we have iron, so we have the supplies of these things. Let's extend that down a little bit, like that, and then I can put in a splitter here, and I want to prioritize to the left. No. Ah, it's not quite room for what I wanted to do. You sod. Bugger. Spaghetti time. No. Down. There we go. And you are going to output to the left if you can. Oh no, that's horrible. What is that all about? Oh dear. That comes through there. That then. Well, how much space can we get through here? We can get that much. Okay, that's going to work this time. This one's going to be less horrible. Sorry, spaghetti fans. This one's going to be less horrible. Down here though is going to be. Oh, actually, maybe no. I think there's probably room there. Yeah, there is. That works. Okay, good. But then at some point we're going to need to go over this side because some Muppet built all of this really close in.
Who would do such a thing?
I can't imagine. Oh, true. I could just make sulfur from the petroleum gas. Yeah, but then the advantage of reprocessing things. Oh, there's one for that. Oh, that's gonna suck. The advantage of reprocessing things on Norvis is that you can use productivity modules with them, and that can be quite a big deal.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones where it's whilst it's true technically you should probably do the calculation for each thing about whether it's the logistics costs of getting the thing to Novus, processing it, and bringing it back again
Oh no, this
exceed the value of.
this is a thing that is going to be coming from Norvis anyway. So it's
In that case, yeah.
do I bring petroleum gas up from Norvis, or do I bring sulfur up from Norvis?
Bring sulfur up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something like thermofluid.
Oh no, thermofluid. I don't.
Where you could make some of the constituent parts on Novus.
I can. The constituent parts of thermofluid are sulfur, iron plate, copper plate, heavy oil, and chemical gel.
Oh, okay. My example was a bad example, all right?
Yeah.
Dear. Yeah, it's what happens when I'm quite tired and try and just guess the recipe.
Oop, not M, N. Oh, no, I didn't want... Oh, letters. Spelling is difficult. Right, I did actually want map view, because then I can do this and leave some suspicious gaps. And, okay, apparently that's as far as long reach goes.
Okay, I'm now ready to ship 300,000 MSite to Taishikuten.
Cool. Taishikuten might need somebody to go out there and just increase the rate that it's getting through the stuff at. Yeah, yeah. I think yes, you're quite right, Luna, or Madman's quite right with the thought there that yes, whilst the it does feel like the pollution filters do feel a little bit overpowered, and they are very powerful. But yeah, you do have to do a certain amount of logistics to get them into the places where they're needed. So you need to put in the effort of transporting them around. But once you've done that, you do have an enormous amount. They are very, very fire and forget, and that's one of the things that I quite like that in Factorio, is that you can do something where you set a thing up and then you can just leave it and it will keep working. I mean, lasers are kind of like that. As long as you have the repair packs going out there as well for the occasional bit of damage that's picked up, the lasers will just keep... Well, to be fair, turrets will keep working as long as you keep supplying them with ammo. And rather frustratingly, this is going to come down here and these signals are in the way. And I'm not quite sure what to do about that. Actually, they're only in the way of one... Oh, actually, no, I found the solution. It's to make this one go in like this. And then this one can just come straight through like that. It's actually okay. Just a little bit spaghetti around to go around the signals. Because I can't move the signals in any further, because Tristan has made this station literally exactly the right size. The signals are just outside it. So if I move them one square in, the train won't be inside the signals.
It's almost as if I intended people to be doing the stuff off to the left of where the stations are.
Yeah, that would have worked. The stations were a bit of an afterthought, I have to admit. I sort of started building everything up, and then the stations sort of happened. And then needed stations, rather. I think you quite enjoy getting exasperated by my builds sometimes, so I don't feel too guilty.
I get to criticise you, so what's not to like?
Right, what was this for? Oh yes, this was for the I'm gonna need sulfur down here as well. Right, so let's have these on. So this is going to be ice and the various types of barrels. And then over here we'll put in a sulfur output. At some point I'll need to program that. Underground belt. Right, I need to get these programmed. I don't know if I have those. Let's have a look. What am I missing in orbit? Oh, the only thing I'm missing is the signal receiver. Okay, that's not so bad then. Apparently, I am going to get the well, there it is. That. So how was I programming all of these before? Let's just check what I did before, so that I have a chance of getting it right. So these are all massively negative numbers. Then they're fed in here with the Okay, I see how that works. That's fine. So down here, massively negative numbers for just sulfur actually, because the sulfur's the only thing so far that I'm keeping in there. Let's give it an extra 0. So the sulfur stays in here. We'll dump it out down this belt. And we've got these 3 that come all the way down here to this machine, which is going to then make them into stuff. Well, that kind of worked. Didn't get the undergrounds, but the rest of it worked. And I think this is probably... Actually, I don't know if this is easier doing it like this, or whether it would have been easier just to drag it down all the way down 3 times. Probably the latter. Okay, so here I'm going to split these off just in case I decide I need these later for something else down here. So we're going to have that one. That's going to go underground. So that one is there, and the bottom we're going to have this one coming out here. So that goes across there. These we link up like this. Oh, I can count. Excellent. That comes across there. So that's going to be that's all of the solid ingredients for the thermofluid. You are making warm thermofluid. How do you? No, here we go. This one, thermofluid. Now you can make it through cryonite slush as well, but I'm not gonna. Then we have heavy oil that's going to be produced all the way up here, and I've completely forgot about dealing with. And this pipe is filled up completely, and everything's gone wrong. So let's put in another one of these here, and then we can have some underground pipes going through. I don't have 5s. That's a pain. Let's just put in singles all the way across for now, and then that there. And I've got, and now of course I have yet another thing that I've suddenly realised. Oh yes, I need to feed this all the way through as well. That's going to be nice and easy. Oh, that worked better than I expected. And then I'll stick in a 9 in the middle of here, and yeah, that will be okay. Oh, and then I run into this belt here, and then all of the pipe work down here, and we're going to have to come even further out, and then we won't be able to run a pipe underground through there, and oh dear, it's all gone horribly wrong. And Tristan's going to criticise me again. There's a gap here, and I don't really fancy winding it through all of this. Let's be disgusting in a slightly different way. The stations are not the same. The stations are all the same length, but there's they're not the same distance apart because of just lazy copy pasting, basically.
That is horrible, and I approve.
The way I got the pipe round, the way I'm getting the pipe round, you mean, presumably?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad
It's the sort of thing I would do, because I just decide I can't be bothered.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, if it works, does it matter?
Yeah, no, you know what they say. If it's a stupid idea and it works, it's still stupid. You just got lucky. Why is there a gap? Don't be a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Have you noticed the power issues you're having, by the way?
No. Oh yeah, I seem to be short of power. How short of power? 10%.
Only slightly.
I'm going to need to go out and put some more solar panels down, clearly.
I'm doing that because I was
Oh, okay.
improving energy science, so I can add some more.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've not really been worrying about power for now, because I'm busy with doing something else. But yes, it would be a thing I would need to fix in the not too distant future. Corner. corner in yet. Where are the long ones? Those are the long ones, right. And is that the gap I found earlier? I think it might be. Okay, so we'll get that down here, and then we can join that on to this pipe that comes down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's going to need to be a 3 like that, and then some 1s. Where are some 1s? There's some 1s. 1s like that. So this is my heavy oil. This can now be finagled down this way. There's not going to be room for a 15, but there might be room for what if that is. There is. And there and there. It needs to get all the way down here. I'm not going to try and move that pylon. It's just wherever I move it to, there's going to be something else in the way. Or rather, no matter where I move it to, it's going to be in the way of something. That's a better way of putting it. But that can go underneath it like that, and then under again. Yeah, I know. This is connected. This won't be connected yet because I haven't finished it yet. If you mean a different pipe, then you'll have to be more specific than just the pipe. There are several pipes.
It's clearly the pipe you were looking at 37 seconds ago.
Yeah, so it's the pipe I was looking at. Yeah, however long one stream lag ago. Yes. That's about a 9, I think. No, it's not. Not quite a 9. It's an 8, and they don't make 8s. Right, that's that one brought in. Now we just need the orange juice, which is this one. It kind of should have its own pipe, but that's going to be. No, it's not going to be too hard to fit in. I'll just bring it over this way. That should come out of here actually. Okay, so that comes up there. Goes over to there. So oil, goop, and the solids. That's everything except sulfur then. And sulfur's going to come down this belt eventually. Where does that go? That goes to there. So that's another 3er on that one. That. And there's a corner piece missing down here. Boop. And then we just need to fill this one in now that we've got the belt in place, the ground in place to place it. Oh, it's really annoying. Oh no. I take it back. I take back my my rage. It fitted perfectly. Will that reach there? No, of course it won't. It's not going to fit a 9 in there. No, a 9 won't go, but a 7 will. And then I can put that there, and that there, and work out what goes over that side. Is that going to be a 9? Yes. There, and then the corner piece in there. Right. Hello, Foxo. Welcome. No, I can't say we've had any desync issues. I do need to go in and put in some of these funny length pipes, though. They're only up here. Yes, here's one. Bunk. There we go. Well, there's heavy oil in this all the way down here now, so that's obviously good that far. Put that one in there. There's obviously bots coming out to do the rest of those. Well, probably bots coming out to do the rest of those. Touchdown. I think I'm going to need to get stuff being brought up fairly soon, because at this point, I've tried to get everything right, and there's a non-zero chance I have. There's a fairly high chance I've got something wrong as well, of course, but in fact, I'd be quite surprised if I've managed to do this entire build without making any mistakes. But at this point, I feel like I need to start the systems running in order to find out where the mistakes are. So, but in the interest of just getting this finished off, let's put in one more station like this. I don't need that or that or that or that. Do need these, and then we can just have an underground pipe going from here to here, and a way in on the station as well. Would be nice too. Right, so that is now all set up and potentially finished and working. I need a signal transmitter to come up from Norvis, and then I need to program this up to request all the things I need. So at the moment we've got anything, no, I haven't got anything in here yet. So I'm going to need barrels and barrels of stuff. So we need to get barrels of lubricant up. That's that one. So 1,000 of those, and similarly of petroleum and of heavy oil. The heavy oil is going to be a bit less vital because that's being produced by upstream by the other system. So I'll need. Oh, I need to put in a pump for that actually. Don't let me forget to put in a pump to make sure we don't get too much of that. Let's have a few thousand sulfurs and ice. Ice is the other thing. This can all be fed out of these. These are all going to be set to blacklist to nothing, like that. Then over here, I need to get some... I'll use green cables for this, because it's a habit, basically. So that links to there, and there. And we tell these to set filters based on the input, and to whitelist. So that means these inserters now will all pass anything through from here that isn't sulfur. So down here we've got the 4 things going out here to make liquids, and the sulfur can go out this way. And if we do need anything else here, it can be passed into the system. You've seen how this works before. I've talked about this quite a lot on the other system further north where I originally set it up. And I think that's basically done. No. Oh, in 90 minutes we'll hit 100 hours. Oh yes, of course. That's when I was saying earlier that yes, we'll probably hit 100 hours this stream. I'd forgotten that we're running at 40 UPS. So actually, the 3 or 4 hours it was going to take would actually be sort of more like 5. So yeah, I don't think we're going to hit 100 hours today. We possibly should have a bit of a look into seeing whether we can get this nudged up a little bit to run a little bit faster. Hosts. Yeah, the Factorio is generally very, very good about making sure it keeps itself synced. So it's hard to say what's causing you to have that sort of struggles. Yeah, if I'm streaming I lose about 10-15 UPS. If I'm streaming or recording videos, it makes quite a big significant dent in the amount of in how much processing power is available to the game, which is a bit odd because I think we just debated this a couple of weeks ago and decided it was probably the RAM, because none of my cores are above about 50% most of the time. So there's definitely nothing near, none of it doesn't seem to be processor limited. So I think we reckoned there was some debate about this, and I think we reckoned it must be RAM limited. So yeah, maybe I need to buy some faster RAM. So yes, taking contributions to the Laurence Plays Get Me Some Slightly Faster RAM fund now. Oh dear. Another thing we might try is getting somebody else to run the server, see if that helps a little bit. Another possibility is for me to put together a streaming computer, so I to get another computer to do the heavy lifting of the video encoding. But yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. That's the one, Foxo. Yes. Also, or actually, more seriously, it's ko-fi.com/LaurencePlays. You can make the you can make your donations there. Did I hook up my heavy oil to the lube unbarreler? I don't think. No, because if I had, there'd be a load of heavy oil in here. What I do need to do is come along here and put in a pump to tell this to only run if there's a small tank over here somewhere, or down here, to make sure this only runs, we only unbarrel more heavy oil when when there's a shortage of it coming from the north. So we want to make sure we prioritise this. So let's see, that comes in from there. So I could put a pump in here. I could put it in up here. I don't think it makes a lot of difference really where I put it. There is space. Yeah, let's put it in here. So we'll put in a pump here like that, and then there's power here as well, which is even easier. Do that like that. And now I need a... Okay, let's move this over like this a little bit. What was that? That was a 9? Yes. Because then I can put in a piece of pipe there. And to be honest, I think this might as well just be a small tank. I'm not going to try and store 200,000 heavy oil down here. So we'll put that in there, link it over to this pump, and tell the pump to only run when that's less than half full. Same usual thing, same as you saw me do earlier with this system up here, which I have since removed and therefore completely broken. Well done there. Yes, because I completely forgot that I removed that. So let's fix that while I'm prevaricating around the bush. So those two will link up to that pump, and we'll say only run when there's... I'm going to still set this to less than 100,000 because having 200,000 lube in these tanks is excessive. It's far more than will fit in the train. So we'll say cosmic water, and I said lube, I meant cosmic water. We'll set this to 100,000. 100,000. Yep, there we go. So that'll quarter fill these two tanks. 50k in each is plenty to fill up a train. Then over here we do exactly the same thing again, run a cable from there to there, and tell you to run when heavy oil, that's that one, is less than 10,000. And this one's 10,000 because it's a small tank as compared to these huge tanks. So yes, we will still do a bit of unbarreling over here, but we'll prioritise the oil that's coming down here from above. Now, I could put in a pump. Yeah, let's put in a pump in here as well. So let's take out that 9 and replace it with a 7. And put in an additional pump here. But this one will just always run. We're not gonna turn that one on and off because the priority is to get the oil out of this pipe up here basically, and we'll shove it all into this tank. There we go. Yeah, I think you spend a lot more time fiddling with circuit conditions and things when you get spaceships up and running. At this point, most of the stuff I'm doing, this is trivial stuff. I would do the same sort of thing in vanilla for, I suppose, for oil cracking probably. You still have this sort of level of complexity of circuits in vanilla. I haven't done anything too in depth yet. The others have, but they've been doing it mostly for fun rather than because we need it.
Because we're weird.
It is known. We seem to be getting a lot more copper out than iron, which is interesting. Oh, unless this has just pulled in a lot more. No, I feel like a lot more copper is being produced by my recycling efforts than iron, which is interesting because I was under the impression it was exactly the same proportions of both, like 10% chance of each one. But yeah, never mind. Right, so I think, as I say, I think this is all done. I'm rather disappointed that in all of that time, a rocket hasn't come up and brought me a signal transmitter. Although I am wondering if I did ask for some. How's the rocket getting on? I might just launch it if it's fairly full.
426 out of 500.
That's fairly full.
There's 14 of them in there.
That sounds about right, given that I asked for 10. And there is stuff flowing in fairly steadily. I suppose we are doing science.
There's barrels, so it'll fill up quickly.
Yeah, true. I could spend some time building up an additional. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Yeah, I'm going to need all of those barrels again and sulfur for this additional rocket. And ice. And ice is blooming miles away.
Ice is on cannons.
True, I could cannon the stuff up. But I'm going to need Okay, yeah, I could replace the rocket landing pad with a delivery cannon chest. But then I would still need to rebarrel all of the other stuff as well. Yeah, I forgot this was going to be difficult. Yeah, the fly better was put in after one of the rockets didn't. It was flying. It flew all the way to orbit and managed to crash. Oh, that's a thought. Mark, are you still scanning?
Yes, I just started a few minutes ago.
Okay. That might be why we've dropped to 34 UPS rather than the 39 we had before.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have now cleared all the artillery range, so I'm gonna stop.
Okay, cool. Well, that'll be interesting to see if it jumps where it jumps back up to. Yes, we haven't had Scott Manley coming in telling our rockets what to do. Although it looks like we do need it. So what do we do? What do we need? We need the lube is coming in from here. There was water, but we've stopped doing that because that's a ridiculous idea. Ice is better. I'm surprised we were doing that for long at all. Maybe we just needed just sort of a three or four water barrels to get things started. Lube is coming up here, which is kind of awkward. I don't know how I'm going to get that out. Maybe by demolishing the water barrel thing, actually, because that is completely unnecessary. The other two are over here. Or maybe I just go, sod it, I'll put in another launch pad over here and feed everything out to it over here. Or I could adapt one of the rockets. We have rockets down. We have a spaceport area down here. So I could put in another thing here and then feed all the fluids down. Where are the fluids coming from? Where are the oils coming from, rather? Oh, they're being brought in by train to here. So I don't really want to. Yeah. Where do these come down? Here. I could put in a splitter here, have the rocket parts go off this way as well. Put in another rocket port in, probably, as I say, over here, because that's where the oily thing is coming from. Sulfur is easy. It's on the bus. We can just pull it straight from there, assuming I put in another launch pad over here. It's the rocket parts that are going to be the awkward part for that then. Where are we even making rocket capsules? Oh, it was somewhere over here, wasn't it? Yes, here. Oh, and they're going into a red chest. That's dirty. Don't approve of that, even though it was probably me who did it. Or maybe I don't approve it, especially because it was probably me who did it. Oh yeah, so they'll get brought over to here if they're ever needed, I guess.
Is someone sending me sand without checking if there's space?
I don't think so.
No.
Because the amount of sand I'm saying I need, I'm saying I have basically 1,000, and people should be waiting for that to be -1 or below 0.
Ha ha,
Yeah,
Paul. Just I spent the last month on Agnea. Let's have a look at Agnea just to make Paul happy. Right. No, I have not sent you any sand for a very long time from here. Am I sending you sand from anywhere else? I can't remember. Taishikuten said turning all into glass. Where else have I been? Oh, I've also been to yeah, I can't remember what it's called. Talos? Talos. Talos is also a planet of mine. That is certainly set to less than 0, and that is the from Njord. So no, it is not me. Neither of my planets. We have a lot of iron ore around here. Oh dear. Is this...
I'm using it up fast enough, but it also shouldn't be arriving. But it seems very intermittent.
Where else you get? Do you know where else you're getting sand from? I mean, I presume it's coming from Norvis as a sort of as a final last ditch what's name.
Yeah, I don't know beyond that.
I'm sending you some.
From Norvis, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you
But
getting it
I don't know
wrong,
where on
is the
Norvis
important
that's
question.
from.
Near Copper.
Near Copper.
Where are these going to go?
Ah, yes. It has
Okay,
a
they're
red
flying in
light on
sensible
it.
direction. Happy with that.
Less than minus 700. And it is seeing 800. So it should not be.
There we go. Those can go there. Now we can actually start getting rid of some of this trash that's built up. Dennis is pointing out that it might be when your threshold drops down to does get down to 0, all of the guns fire at once, and you get more than you expect. In fact, all the guns fire
No, the
several
threshold
times
is
at
not
once.
getting anywhere near that low. Because I'm topping it off if it gets below 1,000.
Right.
It's down. It's in the 700s at the moment.
I'm setting. Mine are both set up to less than 0, and they don't seem to be going. Does that mean they won't be firing? Because I would quite like to get rid of some of this sand.
They should be, but because it should be a. Well, it was a net negative, but I've put productivity in everything, and now it might not be. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world because I can turn. There's the old emergency backup of turning it all into glass and shipping it to Norvis. So I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind if you're not taking it. Although if you're definitely not, then we may end up deciding it'd be worth switching it over to sending it to Marc at some point.
I figure you should be sending to him as well.
That would be useful, but I haven't set it up. We decided I'd spent
Mike?
enough time on Agnea.
No,
And also, Marc doesn't need it yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm using my Copper, my stone bridge for now.
Oh, okay. So, well,
game off biters.
if you've got a stone mine that you're getting it from, then it makes sense for you to use up the sand that I'm trying to get rid of. But it doesn't really matter too much to me either way.
Yeah, I mean, you have to start to use vitamin lunch before really you need some.
I suppose that's
sand.
true. Yeah. Yep. Fair enough. Okay. Oh yeah, I was thinking about how to get all the stuff up that I need from Norvis. So yeah, I think the answer is probably going to be to put a splitter in on this belt here, so it goes off this way as well. Feed it down here. Have another rocket launch silo over here, doing appropriate things with rocket fuel and so on, which is going to be a bit wide and ugly and stuff. But that's going to mean I can then get the oily stuff from here. I can get the sulfur from here. We don't have ice on the bus, which is a shame. If I asked for ice on the bus, how would you feel? Given that it's just intended for sending up by rocket. Deathly silence. Because nobody knows quite who I'm asking.
I'm happy with ice on the bus.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
It does seem a little.
It seems a little silly to put it on the bus when the only reason I want it on the bus is so that I can send it up in a rocket to a space station. When it could just be delivery cannoned up there.
Or sent like the ingots are.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. Yeah, that's the point. Would need to would need to be another station with all of that sort of setup and palaver, though.
No. It joins. Where are they? This is the right planet.
Remember, this is going to be a different rocket.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yes. That would need a station like this one.
Yes.
Well, I suppose you could technically put in a splitter there that filters ice off. It's a horrible way of doing it, but it would technically work.
Yes, technically functional, the best kind of functional. Also, I note we're getting quite close to the wall on the eastern flank. I'm not
Getting. Sure. We've been there for.
Yeah.
Months.
Okay. We are quite all right. We are very close to the wall on the eastern flank. to the point where I'm not sure there's actually no, there is just about room for another station in there, but it's going to be, I think the loop round to get trains to that station would be crossing the filter belt. So yeah, it's very, very close. What science is next to be unlocked? That's a good question, Paul.
Probably Astro, isn't it?
Yeah, and we are at the point where we've got energy 1, and we don't have any of the other space, the tiered space sciences. So probably, yeah, we were either going to go for Astro or Material as our next one. We have a supply of both iridium and beryllium available. So we could relatively easily do either. Marc is working on getting a supply of Vitamelange together to do bio. We're probably going to leave bio for a bit later because it's less of a priority at the moment. But yeah, I think probably Astro is going to be the next one. But there's a chance it might be Material depending on how we feel and who does it as
As
well.
an
Probably.
added bonus, there's also energy because we need to rebuild it.
Oh, true. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yes, energy 1 is probably going to be the first one, even though we've already got it, because as Tristan says, we're going to need to rebuild it.
Well, we kind
it.
of don't need to remake that one urgently because we've done most of the science for it.
Oh, true. But we're going to also want energy. Do we want energy 2? I can't remember. No. I don't think we do. I think it's Astro, and it's just Astro and Material that are priorities now for the things we really, really want.
Yeah, Material 2 and Astro 1 for Space Elevator.
Okay.
And Astro 3 for spaceships.
I just run out of. I've run out of filters.
Dun dun dun.
You need to resolve that fairly quickly then.
Yes, I do. So they noticed the pollution cloud was wider than I expected.
Oh.
Fortunately, it's a solved problem.
Do you have facilities for making filters, or are you just bringing them in?
I have a lot of spare in chests.
Okay.
Which just weren't fed onto the system because I foresaw that this might happen and I wanted an emergency backup situation, so this forms as a warning to say, yoo-hoo, get going.
Fair. There's a lot of filters just sitting still on a belt here.
Ah.
You might have a different problem.
Yes.
Yes, I think you have a different problem. Ooh. Here it is. What's going on? Oh, there's a there's a filter, a splitter mark for deconstruction. That's just there.
Oh, that's just stupid. That's ridiculous. Well, at least that's an easy fix.
Yeah. At least you didn't just put a bajillion more filters onto the belt. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how quickly the pollution cloud spread out.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
Dirty boy.
That's unfortunate. Oh yes.
It'll be. Yeah, I mean, you'll get a few extra biters being produced up on the northern side, but it probably won't be too bad.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Do worms absorb pollution? I'm not sure.
I don't know is the honest truth.
I'm guessing they probably don't.
No,
it says
it's
consumes
just
2n pollution for. Oh, if you mouse over a spawner, it tells you how much pollution it absorbs to produce the various different types of a biter. And if you mouse over a worm, there's none of that stuff. Although that said, trees absorb pollution as well, and obviously there aren't any on this planet. But let's have a look on Nova Civic. Civic is only interesting because that. No pollution stats if you mouse over a tree. So I don't know.
They do. Yeah, they do produce consume some, but I assume that it's Kothar where spawners are suddenly consuming pollution.
Yes, I imagine so, because they are.
Yes.
In basically the last hour.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the bus has been.
It did drop about maybe 10 minutes ago though. 5 minutes.
Yeah, the bus hasn't been a problem because whenever the bus gets to a point where it is a bit of a problem, we move everything off to whatever's causing the problem off somewhere else. Although noticeably, this belt is not full and is moving, and stuff is churning down as quickly as it can. We are making. Oh, I see. It's those electronic components or are they inserter parts? I'm honestly not sure. But whatever they are, they're going into making productivity 1s for
That feels like it should be electronic
to make
components then.
productivity 2s. It is indeed electronic components that are going into a red chest with no limit. Oh no, the limit. No, they're completely unlimited.
Given the number I've been taking, I'm happy for that to have no limit.
Yeah, but why are they being made here rather than in Module City?
They're being made in both places, I think.
Yeah, okay.
These were the ones for on the logistics system.
Yeah.
Oh, those ones. Yeah, those were that put there forever and a day ago.
Hmm.
And
Oh, my rocket's left. Hurrah!
nobody ever wanted to decommission them because they were in the logistics network and Module City wasn't. Now Module City is. It's probably easier to just say, you know what, Module City's in the network. Let's just do that.
No, because I completely drained Module City and here earlier. So having both as a buffer
Fair.
seems worthwhile.
Yeah, it's still worth putting Module City on the network. It's in the network, it's just not on it, if that makes sense.
That's because if a bot
It
takes
is on
something
it
from
now.
Module Network,
Is it?
Module
Okay.
City, it'll take 3 days to
Yeah,
get
I
around.
added
Yeah.
some provided chests beginning of this.
I noticed that. And yeah, there were bots flying from there to the spaceport.
So from that point of view, the problem is actually over here, where the electronics components are not being made quickly enough to keep up with the demands from that module factory.
You can quickly upgrade all those machines.
That's true.
But
That'll help a bit.
is it worth dragging an upgrade planner filtered to assembly machines only?
Over the
Just
entire
make
base.
everything tier 3 over the entire bus.
Oh, the entire bus, yeah. Probably. And it's not going to hurt, is it? But...
I mean, how many years do you have to wait for it to finish?
It shouldn't take too
won't
long.
take that long, I don't think. I don't think there's that many. I mean, yeah, okay, there might be a few hundred assembly machines on the bus, but on the sort of grand scheme of things, that's not actually all that many. That's given us another 50% on there, I suppose. It's going to help a little bit.
I may have misjudged the scale of my holmium processing.
You've gone a bit overboard, have you?
A little. I mean, the station empties before the train leaves of ore, and not quite of cores, actually.
Yeah, mine. My vulcanite processing is not far off that sort of level. It's not quite there, but it's not far off. So is your system actually up and running now?
Yes.
Ooh, it's quite exciting. I'm going to watch for a train to come in and then just sort of...
You've literally just missed one of each.
there is another train coming down. What's it got in it? What's it got in its pockets? This is... I think that's ore, but I can't... Yes, that's ore. Okay, we'll watch this one. Train noises. Nope, it's just gone straight through the middle of all the stations.
Yep.
For goodness sake. Who designed this?
The design may have changed partway through. I added more stations that weren't not there originally.
So these just the warehouses just don't really get a chance to fill up. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've only got one mine at the moment.
So one blue belt per wagon is essentially it got up to a few hundred before it sort of started to struggle. So then pause down here. We've got more potentially coming through here from the pulverizing from the core chunks, and then it comes here at the top. And oh, we've got a balancer as well. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, why not?
There we go. Solid belts coming in now. So solid belts coming out. And getting slowed down ever so slightly by the stuff coming through from the core mining, which is good. And each of those belts flows into a bajillion pulverizery machines, which then, well, this one seems to have oh, I see. Oh no, half of them have jammed up because we've got more.
Yeah.
Tristan's got too much stone now. Okay, that's a surprising problem. Oh, F. One of your so two of your holmium belts are backed up as well. Interesting.
Yeah, I
you
need
got
to.
an output with an output belt missing over here, which I assume you're aware of.
I hadn't spotted that actually. I would have got there.
Yeah,
in a
it's
bit.
pretty obvious. So yeah, I believe you would have spotted it very quickly. So it all flows in here, and then we get little bits of the powdered stuff coming out here. It's amazing how much you've got so much coming in, and then so little of whatever this step is called.
Yeah.
The holmium, no, yeah, holmium chloride coming out. And spin, and pass it up here and cook it. Yeah, even for the brief moment while you have a full belt going in, it's still not rather underwhelming your output. Oh, these all of your the ones at the bottom, are they ones that are not intended to be run because they are less efficient?
No, I probably haven't added something down there
Oh,
yet.
they're just not programmed. Oh no, take it back. They are programmed. Sorry, I'd pressed Alt at some point and didn't realise.
Oh, I don't have enough pyroflux yet. I need to boost my pyroflux production.
Ah, fair enough.
I have it so that it's maintaining a certain amount in each of the tanks, 50k, which is probably excessive, but never mind.
Yeah, your pyroflux
before passing down to the next one.
are running as I see. Right. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at doing it. Yeah.
So basically, that it will work down from the top.
Yeah.
Enabling them without draining one of the upper ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of an easy way of vaguely balancing it.
Not balancing it, so the opposite of balancing.
Well, no, you need to balance it in some way, otherwise the bottom one will just fill all the way up and the top ones will get completely starved.
Yeah, but
and this way, provided production is enough, they will all have 50k and then sort of rise together.
Yeah.
Well, no, at that point.
Or you don't pump it through and you just let it sort of settle at whatever level.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have enough throughput.
True.
Maybe.
Right. So what's that done to your? Let's have a look at what that's done to the production of holmium ingots. I searched for ingots and it's not showing up.
Ingots are singular.
Oh, ingot. Right. There we go. That one. So over the last 10 hours... Yep, I mean, it's gone up from 9 per minute to... Well, it spiked briefly all the way up to 67 per minute. I don't know what the 0.1... And then it dropped back down to... Now it's dropped back down to 36 per minute. So, still, that's, yeah, a big jump.
And Mike has to be less smug now.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, let's find the other one.
For me, the smugness was more based on the fact that Laurence spent
a
certain amount of time criticizing, followed by oh.
Yeah, I thought I should probably leave that in for humor value as much as anything else.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
well, I did notice that Mike had the same thing as me, where it's
spike,
obviously set up in stages, and so suddenly you get this massive spike of ingots. Then it dies down.
Oh yeah,
back to the stable level.
Yeah. It's also what's also quite entertaining about Mike's over the last 3 hours is you can see the each time a train comes in with a load of core fragments, there's just a little blip, 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 blip.
Oh no!
Bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop. Is Mike having a bad day again? Should we go and laugh at Mike's bad day?
There's a couple of behemoth fighters got in.
Yeah. Okay.
They just spent ages getting there, basically.
Oh right, yeah.
So I thought it was safe to move forwards. Deconstructed most of the sort of big chunky bits of like I'm doing here.
And then they came over and found you.
Defense. Yeah. And it was highly inopportune. But if you notice how much space I've claimed on the map,
Yeah, I mean that
Wall
is.
was all the way along there, and it's now secure out to about there.
Yep. Yeah, I can see this sort of there's some remains of the old wall. In fact, one of the when you've finished deconstructing it, the most obvious way of telling where the old part was is it's where the nukes haven't been.
Yep, pretty much.
So how many? Does that gain you any significant number of? I don't see any more core mining patches in there. Core seams in there.
That's good. It shows your eyes are working.
Have you just gone after the some more iridite patches then?
Even simpler than that.
More land.
Just more like
Well, before I can go and take core fragments halfway across the world, I really need some sort of secure pathway through. Now, I'm not. Half of me is tempted to try and take the entire planet. It's not that big. You can tell from the curvature of it, sizes and so on. But
Yeah,
that would
you've
be
got
several
almost-
weeks of me just sitting here nuking biters.
Yeah, and you've seen almost a quarter of it, and that area now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I reckon you'd have 7, 8. Yeah, I reckon you've done about a tenth of a quarter today. So yes, I think you'd have spent quite a lot. You'd require quite a lot of time, I think.
Oh yeah. So what I'll probably do once I've got a bit more space is be a bit more. I'll probably use an ink blot strategy where you go for, okay, this is going to be my outpost, and I'm just going to slowly grow that.
Oh no! The rocket
Sushi belt.
rocket went to the wrong landing pad. This
Oh.
was called Norvis Orbit Landing Pad for I don't know why. Oh no.
Default name, presumably.
I guess. Norbit. What are we doing here? Fluids, I guess. That's upsetting. Right. Well.
To answer Johann's question, CoStar is 3,500 in radius.
It's interesting because those two coordinates I dropped down there were about 1,000 apart.
What's the best way to deal with this? That's the first question.
And they were about a third of the way from the outside to the centre, I assume.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
I don't know. I didn't actually look. I was.
I want that
assuming.
mod that allows you to move a warehouse without emptying it first.
Well, let me ping for you. It was. Oh, let's do it again. The old place was there. The new place is secured about there, which is so that's. If I do that again from there to let's see, that needs to be about that much further. Yeah, so I've pinged those second two pings are 1,000. I'm just using rule of thumb.
I don't know which.
Yeah, maybe it's a third.
If that's 1,000, then it's a bit. I was going to say it's more like a quarter, but it's somewhere between the two because it's 3,500.
Right, sort of ballpark then. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, right.
Oh no, I picked up some uranium. That one.
What? So you having fun there clearing out your
I'm
belt?
just getting started, I'm sad to say.
Inadvertent sushi belt.
Yeah. I'm also trying to get those two rocket parts, but I can't get. Oh, I need to build a belt immunity thing. I am seriously considering running an extremely long belt from here up to where all stuff belongs.
That seems reasonable to me.
It does feel like probably the best way to get rid of all this nonsense that I don't want. Well, you know what?
So the problem here is that the rocket is now filling up with the exact same stuff.
Yeah. On the other hand, I don't care all that much about having twice as much of all that stuff. It's always, I mean,
Unless it fills up warehouses.
yeah, it's probably going to be okay. I think I've generally left enough headroom that it probably will be all right. And I'm using lots and lots of weasel words like probably and maybe and so on. But you know, right? Let's let's try and get this fixed as quickly as possible. In fact, another rocket has landed already, so it's already happened. Right, so we need to come from about here. There we go. Suggestion here: Irondale should add in allow you to make a very, very large bomb, so you can create your own core seams. Yes, carrying uranium around is significantly is significantly worse for your health than not having any oxygen available. You're quite right.
Fuck. I'm dead.
Do we need to put F in the chat?
At least you had some warmth.
I know.
Apparently.
I know that pain. Very much know that pain.
Yeah, that's on the other side.
Oh, and your corpse is miles away as well.
Ah, yeah.
Oh
That
no,
does really suck.
that's a long walk.
One single biter.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was gonna say there's a bot flying out for some reason.
Yeah, you know me.
You're getting a bot to take you back out to your corpse. That's quite cool.
I mean, if you can, why not?
Yeah. Right. Phase 1 of make an extremely long belt is coming along nicely. However, I've run out of belts. And then over here, whoop, touchdown. Oh dear.
Realised it's 11:30, by the way.
Oh yeah, yes, we should probably think about stopping.
Let me get back to my corpse first.
Yeah, we should probably give Marc a chance to redeem himself, or at least recover himself. Unfortunately, there seems to be a small patch that is outside the Riverport networks. So I'm doing a little bit of it manually, but the stuff is on its way somewhere. Actually, the stuff is not on its way because we still haven't got this belt running. Ooh, actually, oh, you can't blacklist a loader. Damn it.
Oh, is it whitelist only?
Yeah. I just had a thought though, because I've got a lot of the stuff I wanted and needed is in here. So if I can put in another warehouse here, no, here, and do that. Okay, we've lost a few of the barrels there, but never mind. Yeah, I have a cunning plan to sort of for bootstrap purposes. Ooh, lost some bots. Come back, bots. No, come back me for the bots. That's what I actually mean. I'll stop being slow. There we go. All right. Yeah, if I come back down here again, if I dump all of the stuff that was in that rocket that I actually want over here into another warehouse, then then at least that's going to save me some effort. Oh, right, you. I want you to get various barrels. I want you to get petroleum gas barrels. That's that one. I want you to get heavy oil barrels, if there are any. And I want you to get lube barrels, lube. And I want you to get sulfur. And I want you to get ice. There won't be any ice though, but I'm going to try for it anyway.
Marc,
that way.
Yes.
did you say you were you had heavy oil being barreled ready for delivery cannons?
Yes, not in a massive way, but
I want one firing.
yes, that's at the most southern train station in Big Oil.
Okay, thank you. I need to kickstart the
Yeah, that's exactly what
coal
that setup is
usage.
for.
Right, that's now okay. So we've got a load of petroleum gas and we've got a load of lubricant, which is a good start, I suppose, but it's not quite everything I wanted. Never mind. Oop, there we go. Now I can just dump everything onto this belt of doom, and just let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. And eventually, my shame will be removed. Apart from that uranium, which I shall put back in here as well, like that.
Thank you.
Science,
I have-
lithium, four signals maybe, and a load more batteries. I'm tempted to sort this just because then we'll get an ridiculously... Yeah, let's do that. Sort the warehouse. We'll just get a massive long stream of all these different things coming out of it. Okay, right. I have recovered from my my shame. Marc, I assume you're still running all the way over to your remains.
No, I'm there.
Oh, okay. That was quicker than I expected. Maybe it was nearer than it looked.
Marc, just to let you know, the water for that is not fed in at the moment. For the steam.
Oh.
It's
I do have a
really
device
nearby.
on
It's
here.
a pair of underground pipes. Trivial to do, but
Can you remote do it?
I've done it. No, on Njord.
Ah.
In the capsule maker blueprint.
Oh yeah, I noticed.
Okay.
I think someone else figured it out last time, but I never fixed the blueprint.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, I'm going to go and grab some ice by hand because I have an ice mine on this up here in space, which is where all the ice has been coming from so far. For making where all the water that's been being used in space so far has come from. So if I grab some of this, then I can go down and feed that into the system manually for just sort of checking that everything works type reasons, which I think is sort of kind of valuable. Something's rumbling loudly. I think it's the water melter. And then I can go, yes, all of this stuff I've built, it does seem to be working. You shall go to the ball, and yeah, that's what I would consider to be a good start. So give you some ice. Wow, I gave it a lot of ice very, very quickly. Now we have now we have loads of water. The ice is really, really fast at melting the ice. That's quite impressive. I mean, yes, it's a fairly simple process, and we've got lots and lots of power available. No, we haven't got lots and lots. Oh, we have got power available again because Tristan fixed it. Well done there. What's suddenly taking? Oh, the particle accelerator kicked in and is using nearly all the power. Right. So yes, this is now working. We are now creating cosmic water. Not in particularly enormous quantities, but we are creating some of it, and that means we are now hopefully. Oh, we're a little bit short. Oh, we need a bit more of the petroleum gas to come out of here, and we can't do that until this warehouse has finished emptying. So that'll be a minute or 5, maybe a few more than that. And down here, this won't work until the goop has started being made. So okay, that's okay. None of that's working, but that's expected or understood. Words are hard. Up here, we shouldn't be getting any of the dirty, contaminated scrap through yet. So up here. It's just clean scrap coming through at the moment, which is we've caught up with that. That's now got demolished as expected. We've made a bit of rare metals. We've made like 400 of them. That's quite a bit. A couple of thousand stone. 500 copper and 800 iron, because a lot of it is being fed on. Oh, I see. That's why there was more copper down there. This one, I forgot. I didn't set this one to prioritize to the left. There we go. The iron and the copper are being fed down here as by priority, or by preference rather, to go all the way down to the bottom to be made into the into the thermofluid. But that, as I say, hasn't got running yet. But in general, this seems to mostly be working. Oh, this is going a bit slowly. That's a bit of a concern, actually. Let's have a. But presume, does that mean this top end here is filling up? Yeah. Okay. Oh right. It's just that. No, I don't know why that was running a bit slowly. Maybe it's just lag or stutter or something, because there's no reason for this to be slowed down, because there's loads and loads of space in here for these to be churning all that stuff out and getting all the all the science packs available. Loads of space in there. Not a huge amount of space in there, but I think we're probably going to be okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see how we get on with the sudden unexpected additional rocket. What does cosmic water taste like? Slippery, because of the lube. There's not very much lube in cosmic water, I don't think. It's nearly all water with just it's going to be it's going to basically taste of water, just a little bit greasy, which doesn't sound great, to be honest. Yeah, if we look at the recipe here, it's 99 water and 1 lubricant. So imagine imagine diluting lubricant down 100 times. It's not going to be that. It's just going to be a little bit greasy water, I suspect. The other stuff, the cosmic gel, this one, whatever, chemical gel, sorry, that's going to be. Actually, that's mostly petrol. So again, it's going to be pretty liquidy, but it seems to be orange for some reason in here. Who knows? Okay, Luna. Well, thanks for joining, and enjoy the raid, I suppose. Cosmic tea bags. Yeah, you can. It reminds me of something that was where there was a sort of a thought experiment, or a sort of someone was wondering what it would be like to swim in heavy water. Whether you'd notice any sort of difference in feel. Here's all the science coming through. Lots and oh no, this is all the low density structures. Lots and lots of low density structures, because that's what you always get through massive quantities of. Oh, and there are my 14 signal transmitters. Let's take. Oh, one of them's been found and placed already. Okay, cool. A normal day at the garage. Yum. Memo to everyone on the Norbit platform: swimming in cosmic water is not permitted even during off hours. Yes, you'll find that if you do, you're a bit too slippery to manage to get back out of the pool safely, so it's not recommended. Right, is everybody ready to call the end of the stream? And by everybody, I think I mostly mean the people I'm streaming with, rather than the people I'm streaming to. Sorry, guys, you don't get a vote.
Yes. I think so, yes, thank you.
Because some of you'll be American and you'll try and keep me up all night, and that'd be bad for me. Okay, well, thank you everyone for watching. Today I have built this. This has been my project, and Mike and Marc have been off getting themselves killed, and Tristan has made more holmium processing than he knows what to do with. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Please check out the sponsor, treefuel.be. Use the code LaurencePlays, get 20% off your first month. They will host your Factorio, Minecraft, etc., servers for you. I shall be back on Wednesday, when I should be playing some more XCOM, so that's going interestingly. We're making rapid progress in research over there as well, and slaughtering huge numbers of troops named after all you lovely people. So yes, please come on, please come along then to support the squaddy who's named after you, and cheer them on, and hope they don't die. Thursday, there is definitely going to be a GTA video for non-supporters. It was the one that supporters got last week while I was away on holiday. I've started making the next one. To be honest, I probably won't have time to finish it, I'm afraid. So there's going to be a little bit of a gap in the GTA videos there, thanks to the holiday. But there'll be more of them later as well. And Friday, Saturday, I'll have some update videos talking about what we've all been up to today in the stream. So actually, we haven't really looked at Marc's planet, and I feel I should, because he's been. I don't know, I just haven't much. So yes, he looks like he's expanded out his vitamelange production. Looks like we've got lots of the two useful types of Vita here. That's presumably the I think that's the extract and the spice, as far as I remember. Let's see if I'm right. Lots and lots of the spice, and
Yeah,
69 of the
is
extract
the
at the top. That I think
light
might
one.
have been a mistake. Very nice. Yeah, that looks like a sizable processing facility. I should talk about it more more in the videos because I'm not going to go into that now because it's bedtime. So that's Friday, Saturday. Not sure what they'll be in. Not sure what the plans are for extra videos this week. We'll see what I manage to find time for. But we'll be back next Monday for another stream of the Factorio Space Exploration Krastorio 2. So I hope you'll all come along and join me then. As ever, thank you very much for watching. And yeah, lots of fabrication talk of belts. Yeah, that's how streams go. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't think the wiggly rails will feature in the next in the next summary, I'm afraid, because well, I've left Agnea behind, and that's where all of that stuff is. Yes, Foxo appears to read XKCD, so yes, I approve of that. Yeah, you would not survive swimming in a nuclear not waste, not wastewater. It's where it's the ponds where they put the radioactive fuel cells and things. You would not survive swimming in that because you would be shot, as we were told by XKCD. No promises about not getting you killed, I'm afraid, Dennis. Sorry about that. Thanks, Madman. And yes, everyone, thank you. Thanks once again, and I'll see you all on Wednesday, and then again next week. So, thanks for watching, and I shall see you then. Bye-bye.
Hi all.
Bye,
Right.
guys.